Night. Surprise, surprise. I know y'all probably weren't expecting to see me tonight, but I thought I'd come on for a little bit and say hi, beautiful people. I missed y'all. So, y'all know me, I can't stay away, it seems. Even when I say I'm going to take a few days off, it doesn't turn out that way. By the third day, I'm just like, nope. So, welcome in, beautiful people. Happy Sunday to y'all. Hopefully y'all had a wonderful weekend. And for all my beautiful people in the U.S., even though I wasn't here 4th of July, happy belated 4th of July. Hopefully y'all had a great time over the weekend, celebrating, spending time with friends and family, having a cookout, doing something fun, enjoying some fireworks. Hi, Eternal. How you doing, baby? You know, I got to chill out at home and enjoy my peace and quiet, so I was happy. I watched the fireworks from my house and got to hang out with some friends. Had some good conversations, and so I got plenty of rest, thank goodness. Hi, Jedi. How you doing, sweetheart? So what's going on with y'all beautiful people? What y'all been up to since I've been gone? I'm gravy, Roman. Thank you for asking. How you doing? How y'all feeling? Are y'all feeling good? I mean, I know it's pretty much almost Monday now, so it's the start of a new work week, but outside of that, guess that's why I'm here. Start of my work week. Hi, Scott. How you doing, baby? So what y'all been up to over the weekend? Did y'all get into some trouble? Did y'all have any fun? Y'all got any good stories for me? Whew. Chilly. Oh, sweet, Roman. That's awesome, baby. Way to go. Hey, I know that's a good relief off your back, baby. I can just imagine. Credit cards can get you in trouble, so I get it. You wish you was over here for the weekend? Well, Jedi, when you come into the U.S. to visit us, sweetheart? I'm gravy, Scott. Thank you for asking, baby. How about you? I got some rest. I got to chill out, relax, enjoy my peace and quiet. I was loving every minute of it. And got to hang out with some good friends and have some good conversation and have some great laughs. So it was a good weekend for me. You know, I'm glad I did take 4th of July off. I mean, I know most people probably were out doing something anyways, but I don't ever get a chance to like enjoy a holiday. And I know I missed the fireworks on Memorial and New Year's. Oh, that's awesome, Jedi. Well, congratulations, sweetheart. Way to go. You know, anytime, honey. That's what I'm here for. To help inspire y'all, uplift y'all, and yeah, I even kick y'all in the butt when y'all need it. I'm a little bit of it all, I reckon. Oh my goodness. All right, beautiful people. I was gonna wait a couple minutes, see if anyone else is gonna run a few minutes late and show up, and then I can get into some of these oracle cards and the tarot I pulled. I can't even talk. The tarot spread I pulled out for y'all tonight. Or this morning, I guess, depending on where y'all are at in the world. For me, it's morning now. You had a great conversation. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Scott. So did I, baby. Did you talk to anybody special, Scott? What's her name? You got any good news for me, Scott? I know you was waiting to hear something, right? Or you don't have the word yet. All right. You know, you're going over tomorrow. Well, baby, keeping my fingers crossed for you that you get the answer that you're hoping for. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you. All right, beautiful people. What's going on with y'all? What's been going on these last few days? Well, really, Spirit. Y'all been digging into y'all's creativity. Like someone I feel maybe been focusing on their artistry, painting. Because I even have this canvas right here. Like someone has it set up in front of a window. Getting that creative energy, pulling it all out, wanting to put it on paper. I even, for someone, this is digital. This is like, I get someone that's doing like a, creating a new website for someone is what I pick up. Putting your own designs to it. And that's cool. What's that creative ability that each one of y'all have? Did y'all tap into it over the weekend? Or I feel like y'all been trying to tap into it lately. For some of y'all, it brings y'all a lot of fulfillment. I feel like it gives y'all a good way to express yourself amongst the people close to you. But even for some of y'all who are looking to get, I feel, maybe possibly someone that will help you to turn your creative talents into something more. Possible business, maybe. What else, Spirit? Uh-oh. Y'all been out there in the public over the weekend? This card don't even look right, but I'm not picking it up like it's like y'all lost power control, but maybe someone out here does. Y'all been out there helping your next door neighbor, helping a friend, a family member even. I feel like, maybe even for, one of y'all out there that maybe you feel like if you go out there and you help someone that you're not going to have a lot of say-so, or you've had a lot of say-so in what happens, or like you feel like your opinions aren't being taken seriously. I feel like if you don't go through and express yourself more clearly, because you're fearful of hurting this person's feelings even, or angering them, that you're going to always feel like, you have no say, or like you're not being respected, is what I pick up. That's not good. Hi, Jackie. How you doing, beautiful? It's good to see you, girlfriend. How you been? All right, Spirit, what else we got here? No, don't give me half the deck, Spirit. That's not going to work. Oh, that's interesting. And that was upside down. I must have put it back in this deck upside down. I got Archangel Uriel, but it came out upside down. It's like I must have placed it back in there upside down, but I'm going to accept that this is what Spirit wanted me to read it as. It's 6:40 in the morning for you. The animals woke you up. They were hungry. Like, Mommy, feed me. No. I know it's 1:40 in the morning for me, so I'm on here a little late. I just decided to get on, even though I wasn't planning on being on here tonight, but I just decided, what the hell, I'll get on here, hang out with y'all for a bit. So this card's all about passion and spirit connections. I feel like some of y'all feel out of place, out of sorts. I feel like someone has really felt like you feel disconnected from the divine, from your spirit team. Even I just heard family, so maybe you feel like you even feel disconnected from maybe past over loved ones. Like you feel like they're not there, or you feel like you're not getting the help or assistance you feel you can use from them on the other side right now. And I feel like it's kind of driving a wedge with you and someone else close to you. Um, I feel like someone's at odds with someone. And I feel like you're looking up to the universe and to the divine asking for answers, how to make things better. But I don't feel like you don't feel like your connection's strong enough. And I feel like it's because maybe you're allowing things, to overwhelm you, overthink things instead of just calming your mind and allowing it to flow, without trying to control it. Because sometimes when we go through and we're looking for messages from the other side, our ego gets in the way and we try and control the conversation instead of just allowing spirit to say what they need to say to us without overthinking it, without questioning it, without even being in denial of what those messages are. So there might be some type of I feel like someone needs to start doing more grounding work is what I pick up. Start centering yourself more. um Maybe even take, I get like someone needs to sit out, maybe take 20-30 minutes and try and maybe listen to some type of meditative music to kind of help calm you, clear your mind. I even just heard a salt bath for someone that might be relaxing, and you might feel then once you get that over with and ground yourself, you might get a stronger connection. I feel like you'll get the answers you're seeking, or waiting for that assistance. Hi, Moonchild. How you doing, beautiful? What else, Spirit? Okay, thank you. I get career history, job and work patterns. So I know some are either looking for a job or you're getting ready to leave and walk away from a job, hoping that you can start a new one. And when this card just jumped out, this other card at the bottom kind of flipped over, so I feel like it was wanting to come out with it. And Spirit's wanting to let you know if you are in need of trying to change your career or change jobs because the environment might not be happy. I feel for some of y'all could be toxic and it's bringing you down. And you're questioning, is it the right move? I feel like it is the right move to look elsewhere for employment. I even have the Archangel Fennel on the bottom, and it shows optimism and hope. So there's a reason to hope. If you're unsure of something, there's hope here. So don't lose hope. Even when the world wants to kick us down, and it feels like we're at the bottom, and all we can do is pull ourselves back up. Know that the divine's there trying to help you back up. They're trying to show you the way. Sometimes it just takes, maybe a little more patience with ourselves to not feel like we're rushing ourselves, but to gradually get up slowly. Um I feel like, when we kind of rise from the ashes like the phoenix, if we rise too fast sometimes we end up skipping steps, and yeah, sometimes that can be good, but then it's those steps we skip over that are the greatest lessons we're meant to learn. And so we end up not learning them, and they end up being what is most important for us to learn in that moment. But because we're too busy looking, to get up further quicker, we just kind of shove it to the side. So I feel like for some of y'all, spirit needs you to believe that even if you hit rock bottom, even if you feel like the world's, dragging you down, like, for some reason this job, and you're feeling like you're overworked and out of balance, maybe it's time to take a step back. Maybe you need to take a break, take a breather, reassess, maybe there's a different direction you're meant to go down. Because maybe where you've been at is not where you're meant to stay. Like you're not getting any more growth from it. You're not reaching your goals or reaching your greatest achievements and being the best you can be. So Spirit wants to remind you that sometimes it's worth taking a risk. You like that, Jackie? Whew, I just got chills too, girlfriend. Yeah, I think you were meant to hear that too, honey, for some reason. And I do believe that. I think sometimes if we rise too fast, we miss those most important steps that help us, that kind of push us forward. Because I feel like, especially like with this card here, overworked, and it even says out of balance. It's like I feel like that kind of pushes us out of balance, because, when we try and get up so fast, try and do this, we end up losing our footing, and then we end up falling back again. But if we gradually allow ourselves to come up and, see everything and experience everything instead of fighting it, resisting it, ignoring it, it gives us more power because it challenges even more sometimes. And sometimes that's when we find our deepest inner power that we don't realize or recognize we have, that greatest strength that we all possess. So don't think you're not strong enough, because you are. Hi, Alejandro. Hi, Audra. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, Salty Beach. How you doing, honey? It's good to see y'all. What else, Spirit? Can I get one more, please? One poked out. Yeah, this is time for discipline. In order to have harmony, I get or Archangel Raguel, and I feel like in order to find this harmony, we also have to have discipline. This need to find that balance, coming together, being leveled, whether that's, being on a level footing, or having a level head. If we rush and think things too fast and dive head first, that's where, we can create a big, huge problem that, we end up having to dig ourselves out of. That if we had slowed down, it's like, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't have made that decision just yet. Maybe I reacted impulsively, or, just straight off of emotions instead of using our logic with it. That throws, us off balance, and that finds, us not in harmony. So there's a need to find more discipline in ourselves to take our time and trust that what's meant for us will never pass us by, and what's meant to happen will be. All right, Spirit. And I feel like if you can do that, you'll find greater success. Just don't feel like you have to isolate yourself either, beautiful people. I know some of y'all do like to have time alone. You're like me. Sometimes I need time alone to isolate and recharge, but also too much of that can be a bad thing too. So be careful. All right. What else, Spirit? Let me pull from this other deck. Actually, let me get the spiritual symbols real quick. Yes, we do. Royal Hanging with Bishop. spiritual symbols, beautiful people. Oof. My spirit, stop making me cold. It's like there's a need to be sure of yourself. I keep picking up. I feel I'm picking up on someone's energy where you're really doubting yourself. You're doubting your judgment even. And I don't feel like there's such a need to doubt yourself. Maybe, like, again, I get this whole need to discipline. You know, take it slowly. Um, Again, don't allow your emotions to be what makes your decisions. There's a need to really use your logic more than, lead with your heart. Call you Bishop. Okay. Alright, Spirit, show me. Ugh, my mouth just got dry. Hold on, y'all. Alright, Spirit. What other messages do you have for the collective? Let's see. Okay. Orbiting. Ghosts others but still interacts or views accounts via social media stories or posts. Give others a false sense of hope or reconciliation. Oh dear. I feel like, well, someone out here has been, keeping close tabs on someone. I get the orbiting card, and it talks about ghosting someone, but yet you're, like, still kind of keeping a close eye on their social media. Or, there's, like, you're given this false sense of security. There's hope to reunite with this person. This feels romantic, but I feel like this could also be a reunion of a family member. Um, I get the feeling like for someone out there, I pick up this feeling of like this person, maybe they reach out to you and they're like, hey, can we like get together tomorrow and have lunch and catch up and you're like, okay. And then come tomorrow and you meet, at the restaurant and you're waiting for them and then you get ghosted. You're kind of like unsure why, like what happened, and they don't call you, let you know why they didn't come. Um, and then it's like you're upset with them naturally because you got stood up and then you don't hear from them. But then this person's kind of like taking it personal, like, why are you mad at me? Because they don't even reach out to give you a explanation why they didn't show up, and they didn't even give you, like a call or text to say, listen, I'm sorry, I can't make it. I got to cancel. They just disappear on you. Um, this energy, I feel, is very childish. I pick up a younger energy. So this is either someone who is older but has a childish, mentality, or this is someone younger, like possibly even a child, a younger sibling. Um, it could even be a friend that you look at like a close family member, would be like what we would call like a sister or brother from another mother, as some people would use. Um, there's hurt here. I feel a lot of hurt and a lot of sadness. I feel like this person really hurt you deeply. And I feel like you're now looking for answers to why, what did you do wrong? Like, you didn't deserve to be treated that way, which I agree with you, whoever this is. But, beautiful people, maybe it's not you and maybe it's them, so don't take it and internalize it. Spirit doesn't want you to do that. They want you to understand that sometimes, there's nothing you can do. It's not about you or what you've done right or wrong. It's, a matter of the other person. And it's quite possible they could be dealing with other things that maybe they haven't felt comfortable sharing with you yet. And that could be also the reason why they wanted to meet up with you for lunch. They thought they could come and be vulnerable and open up to, but then maybe they chicken out and decided no, they can't. But they don't know how to face you. or I feel like there's a confession of some kind. But like I said, they still want to reach out to you, but they're afraid, I feel. Or maybe you're afraid to reach out to them if this is you. Like, I feel there's a sense, even though you might be hurt by them or they're hurt by you, someone wants to reach out to the other, but they're afraid. So all you can do is kind of sit back and watch and hope that maybe they'll kind of reach out to you instead. So you don't have to be that person, or they don't have to be that bigger person and apologize. That's your twins energy right now. Oh dear, Bishop, I'm sorry. Baby, it's one of those things. Sometimes people just lack the maturity. It's hard for people to, it's not that you're pointing fingers at them, but we all are adults, right? And we all expect everyone to act like an adult and own your, mistakes and, take accountability. It's not that we want to punish you. Just say, look, I messed up. But some people, they're too wrapped up in their ego and they can't do that. Yeah, just give it time, honey. That's all you can do. What else, Spirit? Okay. Bull. Accused of something falsely. Future arguments. Uh-oh. Expenses, fear, poverty, harsh truths. Yeah, this kind of goes with this card. Like, there's someone that, like I said, like someone feels like they did something wrong, or they feel like that maybe they didn't do anything wrong. But you, on the other hand, feel differently. And I feel like it's going to create some arguments because this person's not willing to face the truth of their actions here. There feels this need, instead of, reconciliation, maybe it needs to be y'all still stay separated for a little while and go through this process and really, think things through. Think exactly what is it that you want, what value does this person bring to your life, and then take a look at what it is that maybe you struggle with, that maybe you are willing to accept before, but maybe your tolerance, you don't have the tolerance or the patience anymore. It's like, no, I can't deal with you acting insecure anymore, for an example. Or maybe this person doesn't know how to speak calmly, maybe they, all they can do is be loud constantly. And it always seems like they're like yelling at you or talking down to you. And you're like, no, I can't take that anymore. But that other person doesn't know how to change that. They'll use the excuse, oh, well, this is how I was raised, so you're going to have to accept that, which to a degree, I don't disagree, but I don't agree with them completely either. It's, if something is negatively affecting someone and it's affecting your relationship, then I feel like there's something that needs to change. We all want to grow to be better, right? We want to be better today than what we were yesterday and be better tomorrow than what we are today. That's all, the whole reason why we're here, to evolve, to grow. But there's just a sense this person doesn't want to grow up for some reason. They want to stay in the past and they want to be immature. They don't want to take accountability. They don't want to take responsibility. They don't want to have any kind of ownership. And they don't want to be told that they're wrong or they're doing wrong. And that's not good. You can't work things out with people who aren't willing to take a look in the mirror and take a look at themselves. Just as much as they would expect you to take a hard look at yourself. They, for whatever reason I'm picking up, someone doesn't want to take a hard look at themselves. They just want to, project, is what I feel. All right, Spirit, what else? Stay open. Says, let yourself surrender to the flow of life's mysterious currents. And, beautiful people, this is like Spirit saying, even like, whoever this may be for, whether this part is for you or not, stay open-minded. Don't be closed off to anything or anyone. To me, a closed mind is a good mind being wasted. It's not being put to use because You're not able to open up and learn from others. You know, it doesn't mean you got to agree with everyone around you, but you know, you tend to learn a lot more about others, and in the process, you also learn more about yourself, which is exactly what the divine wants. They want you to grow, they want you to learn. And in the process of learning, you also can be that great teacher or that mentor to help teach others and show them maybe a different way. You know, if you keep an open mind and listen to them, that might be different than what you may view things or believe. Then you can give them your personal feelings and thoughts and opinions, and you never know. They might learn something from you, that's powerful. And in the end, then you eventually might learn something from them in the same way. You learn from each other. That's being open minded. You know, you're open to learning, to, hearing people out, to, um, even if it means you get redirected to a different road, a different way of being, a different path. You're open to change, you're open to being able to adapt, and you're open to the challenge. Because I pick up on someone that's like, yeah, bring it to me, I'm ready. I'll take it all on with passion and grace, and I'll keep moving forward and charge ahead. And that's the type of energy, divine wants you to have right now. They want you to face that, no matter what the obstacles are. All right, spirit, one more please. Oh geez, spirit, really? Like, some of my cards came out. No, can't take all these. Let's try this again. All right, Jedi. Well, thank you for being here, sweetheart. It's always good to see you. Enjoy your dinner. It never fails on my stream. Everybody talks about food. Have a good night, honey. One more spirit. Environmentalist. Physically fit, harmony, healthy, fearless, perpetually curious, loves family, holistic, balanced, transforming, removes obstacles. There's a need to be fearless here. And in being fearless, you open yourself up to being curious more. And I feel like this will kind of bring more balance into your world. Maybe things, seem to be off balance with you, like you feel like you're missing something or you're not getting all the information. Um, there's this need, like you feel like there's more out there you're supposed to know, but maybe either the universe, divine, or maybe someone isn't bringing forward the information you feel you should hear. And that might be true, but I feel like that's kind of where we as people are supposed to trust ourselves, right? We're supposed to go within and ask the divine and ask ourselves, our higher selves, um, trust our intuition. What does our intuition tell us? There's a need to trust that. And, I know sometimes it can be scary. I understand sometimes, some of the messages we pick up, and we're trying to figure out where did that come from. Like, that sounds so far-fetched and as crazy as it sounds, but it seems right. You get those chills, you get that chill down your spine, goosebumps, and it just resonates. It hits hard, it hits home. And you just know you're not supposed to ignore it, but still some of us choose to ignore it, and then we find out, well, we shouldn't have ignored it. So spirit wants you to trust yourself, be fearless, be curious. There's a need to find that inner balance, within ourselves, even those inner conflicts where we start questioning who we are, and maybe we allow others on the outside to question and criticize us, and then we take that on internally. You're not supposed to do that. Spirit wants you to trust you and trust them and trust that you're still being guided by them, by the light. You're walking down the right path. As I always tell y'all, beautiful people, again, what is meant for you will never pass you by. And what you're not meant to have, the divine will find a way to remove it from your life, whether that's, people, things, even if it's a different place, you're not supposed to be there. have a way of guiding you down the right path to make sure you get out of where you're not meant to be anymore. You know, I experienced that just a couple years myself. Okay. All right, beautiful people. So, this is now the tarot spread I pulled for y'all. And beautiful people, if you're new here, welcome. Please don't forget to hit the like button. Please don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. For my returning beautiful people, thank you for being here. Thank you for all your love and support. Um, this is a collective reading. It's a general collective reading. It does not matter what sign you are, okay? So it covers all 12 signs. It's just in one reading. So take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. If something doesn't fit, don't force it to fit, okay? Leave it behind for someone else. And if you want a personal reading, there's this board right here that has my prices for personal readings. If y'all are interested, it's there. And I do them on the streams after I do the collective reading. All right, beautiful people. So I'm going to start off with, like I said, this tarot spread, and then I got a few other oracle cards I'm going to show and share with y'all at the end. Y'all's recent past energy, I get this Empress. You know, and the Empress is, you know, the best way I can describe the Empress, I think of like, you know, think of you like your grandmother or your, you know, your great grandmother. I mean, you could think of your mama too, but think of someone who's already lived their life, who's very experienced, has a lot of wisdom, and, you know, they've already, you know, built their career and um, are now pretty much maybe and possibly already retired and they're enjoying their retirement, you know. Um, they're financially stable, so and they're wanting to love and nurture, but it's also a card of being fertile with ideas, creativity, um, even your intuition, but it's also, like I said, about your experience, your wisdom. I feel like this is y'all right here. And I feel like, you know, I look at the Empress, like I said, whether you're a man, woman, okay, Empress, Emperor, you know, don't pay attention to gender. Just, you know, take it as it is. Um, for my guys out there, this is just you showing me more of your feminine energy, as we all have divine masculine, divine feminine. So I feel like this is you, very abundant. I feel like this is you. You have all these creative ideas, or there's this need, there's this desire, there's this want to fix things, you know, because like moms and grandmothers, they're the ones that wants to, you know, look after the kids, the grandkids, um, play with them, you know, love on them, cook for them, do all these different things and nurture them, you know, because we're the nurturers. Um, and there's this need I feel for someone to want to dive right in and like fix something for someone, you know, as that, you know, um, that in maternal instinct I pick up here. But I feel like spirit is wanting you to, before you jump head first or dive head first, like I feel like either you're getting ready to or you just almost did. They want you to see things from a different point of view. There's this Hierophant right here, and this card is really like, it says wise counselor, but it's the Hierophant. Spirit doesn't want you to be blind to things that you aren't made aware of. Even the Hierophant is one who is, you know, um, think of like in a religious context, think of like the Pope. But it's someone, you know, who has a lot of knowledge, wisdom, and experience. And they seem to be like the have the insights to know, kind of, you know, read people pretty well and to take what experiences they have and kind of help apply it to help others, you know, especially when you think of like the Pope who leads the world, you know, they lead, you know, people in the Catholic Church, but even other, you know, um, denominations might follow and listen to the Pope, maybe even other religions altogether. You know, you know, he's the leader though. And you're in the, you know, this position to want to lead, to want to help, to want to nurture. But I feel like, you may think you have all the answers or you know better or you know what to do, but there's this need to pull back for some reason. I feel like there's something here you don't know just yet. And I see like in, your present energy, there's a choice you need to make because I have the judgment card right here. Um, you're kind of deciding, what's the right steps to make for you. Um, and that's going to make sense for you, but it also makes sense for the people over here, you as this Empress that you're looking after, family, friends, significant other, whoever this is. I feel like there is this wanting to not be in control like in a bad way, but you want to be the one to kind of direct the steering wheel and know where this car is going to go. But I don't feel like this person's going to kind of like allow you to completely do that. I feel like there's going to be this power struggle here. And I feel like someone's ego is going to get in the way. Because I have the devil card right here. Um, I get this feeling of not knowing everything. I get like someone is still being left in the dark. Um, I get the feeling of someone who's even being, just, I don't want to say being delusional. That's not the right word. But what I'm saying is, it's like you have this idea of maybe, or, the person, this involves that things are going to be one way, but maybe it's not going to be quite that way because there's still a missing piece of that puzzle that you're not made aware of. So it's now trying to decide, do you go ahead with your original plans or do you take a step back and wait to get the rest of the information? Because I feel this need to want to rush in and, like I said, fix this. And you feel like you can bring a lot more balance, harmony to this person's life, to this situation, to make this person feel whole again. Um, there seems to be a great sadness here, even with this devil energy, even like being this type of codependency is what I get. I feel like this person might even be leaning on you, maybe just a bit too much. And they have this expectation, well, you're supposed to come in here and save me. Well, why aren't you here? Why aren't you trying to fix this for me? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? That kind of entitlement, but dependent energy. But then again, like I said, they're wanting you to jump through hoops, I feel, but they're not willing to give you all the information to make the right call, or for you to be sure of yourself that this is the right choice for you, whether to really step in there and help them, or maybe it's, okay, well, I can help you do this, but I'm not going to do it the way you want me to do it. I'm going to do it a different way, and that's going to cause problems. And I feel like that's when you're going to find out more of what's really going on here. I get this energy of like someone's like, well, I'm only gonna tell them what I feel they need to know, but they're gonna like hold information back like it's by lying by omission is what I pick up. So beautiful people, all I can say is be careful. I'm not saying don't trust this person, but I get the feeling you need to ask more questions. I'm not telling you to drill this person, but I feel like there's something else here that needs to be made clear that you need to know. Um, Otherwise, I feel like they're just gonna assume, well, they're not gonna ask. Oh, they're gonna trust what I say and come in here and do what I hope and expect and want them to do. It feels like this type of manipulation, even trying to manipulate the situation into um, what they feel it should be and not what might be best, whether that includes you or not. I know you would be the ones that want to do what's best for everyone, not just for one person, but what makes sense for everyone involved. And I just get this person is not ready to face that. Hi, Bob. How you doing, baby? And in the center is the temperance. This is all about balance right here, moderation, doing exactly that, making those decisions. What's right for you? What makes sense? What brings balance and harmony to you and everyone around you? Who this involves, this person or this situation. Um, Again, there's this energy of, um, don't be in denial that, oh, well, it won't be exactly like so and so said, I think they're overreacting, or no, I think there's more going on, it could be one way or the other. It could be like someone's over exaggerating to get you to jump in and help, or they're not giving you enough information. And they feel like by not giving you enough of that information, they're going to keep you in the dark and you're going to want to come in and want to fix this. And that's throwing everything off balance, and it's throwing you off balance because you're questioning again this decision, this choice. What do you do here? What's the right decision? What's the right move? And I feel like if you can recognize this and see it for what it is, and again, um, instead of assuming, just be clear and say to them what you need to say to them, and don't back down from that stance either. Like, you make one decision and tell them this is my decision and that's it. I'm not changing it. I feel like you're going to get more of the other side of the story. And I feel like, you'll find more harmony and balance then with this person, this situation, what this involves. Spiritually, I feel um, you'll be more in tune with that side to trust in yourself then. I get the feeling that Spirit's going to bring some downloads for you to kind of guide you in the darkness where you feel like, again, you don't have all the answers because you don't feel like this person is still being upfront with you. So I feel like at some point in time, whether it's, when you're alone and it's quiet, or in your dreams, you're going to get a download that's going to give you the other piece of the puzzle, possibly, if this person doesn't give it to you, to help you make the right choice, the right decision for you to bring balance and harmony and love back to this, because I feel like there's a need to show this unconditional love, but at what risk? Because again, you got to do this balance act, do it in moderation, don't just give all of yourself and hoping or thinking that person's going to come back and fill up your cup, because I don't feel like that's what's going to happen at first. I feel like they're going to drain you. If you're not careful, this person or situation is going to drain you. So walk carefully is what Spirit's saying to me. And, don't just ignore it. It's like, no, it's not going to be that way. I know we want to always see the good in people, or at least if you're like me, I always try and see the best in people. And sometimes it bites me in the butt too. So even I got to take the divine's advice, right there. The advice, King of Wands. And this is someone that has, a lot of energy, that wants to take action, that has all, the answers they feel, the experience, the wisdom, the knowledge to assess this the right way. And Spirit's saying you do. But again, based off of what it is you know. But the problem is there's still something you don't know. Why? Because here's the Seven of Swords. So this is what's saying to me. You're being left in the dark somewhere. There's something that's being kept from you, something that's being hidden from you, maybe even something that's been taken from you that you're unaware of. So, Spirit saying, you may think you know it all, or as much as any one of us can know, to make the right choice for you, but only based off of what you've been told. There's still something here that you don't know before you can take action towards this. Spirit saying, get the rest of the information, do your research, really ask yourself, ask the person or the group of people, assess the situation, see the bigger picture. So that way you can come and, take action to nurture, this relationship, this group of people, um, this situation, to make y'all all whole again. Because there seems to be a big hole here somewhere. And, I feel like um, maybe there's been more chaos going on in the background that I feel like you haven't been quite aware of either. Um, I feel like there's someone else that involves too. I feel like it's more than one person here for someone. So take it how you receive it. But again, when you listen, Spirit saying, as you're listening, Spirit, are they telling me the truth, or is there something else here that I'm not hearing, that I'm not listening to, or I'm not getting from them. And I feel like it's the other person not vocalizing, not being upfront. So that Seven of Swords is really saying someone's not being upfront. They're trying to keep you in the dark. And if you don't walk with caution, then I feel like if you show up, because here's, and I gotta cover her up because, sorry, her boobs are out. Um, Here's the world. And the world's normally about completion, coming to the complete circle at the end, pretty much coming to the end of the chapter and getting ready to open and start a new one. But I feel like when you arrive to this, when you feel like, okay, I made that decision, okay, I'm going to be there, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and it's going to be all right. There's going to be a lot of discontentment here. Four of Cups, okay? Um, and with it, there's going to be more conflict. Five of Wands. There's going to be arguments here. So again, beautiful people, I'm telling you right now, if you rush this, if you rush this right here and you don't, you know, take your time to get more of the information, to study it, to ask this person or group of people, or ask yourself those questions, and you just rush right in thinking you know it all already, there's going to be a lot of more chaos right here. And that's not good. So take your time, beautiful people. It's like at the beginning I said, you got to take your time getting up off the ground. Get up gradually and slowly. Don't rush it, because if you do, you'll miss some important steps. And, that can cause a lot more problems to reaching where you need to be, where you're meant to go, you know. So you take it how it feels. I know it's not easy, especially when it comes to people we love and care about. We want to do everything in the world for them and for ourselves, but beautiful people, you can't go around filling up other people's cup. Again, if your cup is already empty or it's almost empty, you need someone to pour in your cup just as much as you want to pour into their cup. It's got to be an even give and take here, not just one-sided. All right. And for the Oracle cards, beautiful people, I have, from the Gods of the Hidden Realms, this is Serenity Out of Exile. And it says, exhale, surrender, radical acceptance. And it says, radical acceptance doesn't mean giving up. It is a way to see the world exactly as it is, because there are elements of life that you cannot change, no matter what you think is right or how hard you resist. So, step back and remember your power to choose. You can let go of resistance and make space for serenity. From this place, you'll be able to see with greater clarity and choose from wisdom instead of reaction and fear. Often, the change you want to see takes a long and winding road to manifest. Patience is a virtue to foster. So breathe and focus on your pearls. Remember this prayer: God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So, beautiful people, I know there's certain things, we want to change, but we can't, right? It's like I always tell y'all. You can't go through and, try and control what other people do. The only person you have control over is yourself. You can, react and do something based off of what someone else says or does, but it's still a matter of you only controlling yourself. Because, you can't make that person, like, if you want them to run up to the store for you, for an example, and they say no, you can't, make them get in that car and go up to the store for you. I mean, unless you're going to be, some kind of crazy person and, hold, a gun or something to them, but, that's one of those crazy things that rarely happens, we'll just say. But outside of that, you can't really control what anyone does or what they say, It's a matter of having that power and control of yourself and being able to accept that. So to try and control the situation too, you still got to remember it's up to the universe and the divine to control this. They're still in the driver's seat. over all of us, over what's going on in all of our lives. So there's a need to surrender to this and trust it. Trust what's coming forward. Trust that what's meant for you is what divine intended to happen. You know, there's a plan here for you. And even if it's one that you may not see or you may not necessarily want, there's a reason behind it. And even like, when you take like a relationship, for example, we'll just say, you meet someone, you're like, man, I really want this, be with this person forever. I see my forever happily ever after with this person. But that person doesn't see you that way. What do you do? And suddenly that person breaks up with you because they're not seeing it the same way you do. And you're kind of like, what did I do wrong? Like, and you're looking up at the universe like, man, I thought I met my soulmate. Like, what went wrong? What did I do wrong? Beautiful people, you got to understand, maybe it wasn't you. Maybe that breakup was the divine's protection for you. Why? Because there's something coming in the future that you do not see. You can only see what's going on right now, but you don't know what's coming down the road. An example would be like, you may think that this person has it all. They check off all those boxes, but then you may find out secretly that they're abusive. That they're verbally abusive, mentally abusive, even physically abusive. But you would not know until you actually like moved into a house with them and you're with them all the time. And yeah, maybe their loved ones might know, but are they going to say, are they going to open up and tell you that? You don't know, but maybe they won't. And so the divine's like, no, this is not the right person. We have someone better for you. So they step in and cause this relationship to end because you're meant for someone better. They have someone else in store for you. Or you're meant to do something else until you're meant to be with whoever. And maybe that person you're meant to be with down the road. And that could be a possibility, but just not right now. So trust that. It's a hard pill to swallow sometimes, especially when we want something so doggone bad. And I get that. I get it's hard to be patient, but we have to be patient and trust in divine timing and just make the best decisions we can make in the moment and keep going forward and not look back. It's like I tell y'all, when you look in your past, don't focus on what happened or what didn't happen or what you can change. You can't change nothing. It's already done and over with. So what do? You bring forward the beautiful memories you made in your past, the people you still want in your life now from your past into your present, and the lessons you've learned. Everything else you leave behind. Your guilt, your regret, mistakes, other than the lessons you've learned, that's it. And let it go and see over the horizon. Things will get better in due time. You just got to believe. It's all about believing, beautiful people. And I know sometimes that is hard. Trust me, I get that. And then I pulled a spirit animal card, Mystic, which is the polar bear. And it says, know that challenges make you stronger. Have faith. You face adversity. Take time to rest, dream, and renew your strength. Embrace your psychic abilities. You carry the shaman within. Here you go. Trust yourself. Your intuition. You have that gift. Whether you recognize it, or have others recognize it in yourself, you know, all of us have had that gut feeling about something. And we end up finding out we're right, whether we actually listen to it then or not, but we find out, eventually we were right. Trust that. Trust yourself more. Give yourself credit for that and dive deeper, you know. Ask spirit, what else do I need to know? I know you can be afraid of the answer too. And I know sometimes that's where we might resist it, but isn't knowledge power? The more we know, the better, our choices we can make based, make those decisions around that. Without having all that knowledge, it's kind of, you can only make half a decision, or only feel like you're only making the decision, like you only feel partly right about it. You don't feel complete. So this helps fill up that other side where it's like, no, my intuition, my gut feeling, my spirit team, my angels, the divine, whatever label you want to use for the spirit world, they're guiding me and I'm trusting them now. So have faith in that. But most importantly, have faith in yourself. Don't lose faith in yourself. Don't lose hope. All right. And then I have, let's see, I have a postcard from Spirit. And it says, Dear you, there is always more than one side to an argument. Two sides, if not more, to every story, and hundreds of ways to be right, be different, be at odds, and so on. Today, we suggest that instead of looking for differences, you find a meeting place of agreement and approach this experience with understanding and compassion. Seek common ground to understand how another person thinks or how an alternate plan might be laid. Stay out of judgment too. Observe, discern, but accept that others have different stories, experiences, and journeys, and some people might refuse to remain open to another's point of view. No matter what, you've been presented with a great opportunity to explore a new way of doing things. Once common ground is reached, you're attracting people and situations that enrich your life and bring you wonderful things to learn. It says, We love you so much. So, from your spirit team, this is what they want you to know, beautiful people. So, trust it. Maybe, you're not able to see another person's point of view right now. Um, Maybe you're not able, because the experience you're going through is different from them. There might be similarities, but there's still something different. It's like I'll give y'all an example. It's like me. I remember I said this to somebody the other day. Um, as many of y'all know, my mama died, and she needed an organ transplant. Unfortunately, she didn't get it, and me and my siblings, we were very young. I was 19 when she died. And then just right before my right, no, right at my 30th birthday, I think it was a month or two after, um, I learned that my daddy had a heart attack and he ended up in the hospital. And he was already in need of a kidney transplant because his kidneys were failing. But even before that heart attack happened, and when it got to the point of finding out that um, what was the possibility of him being able to get a kidney, I remember me and my brother, we got mad because we're young. I'm barely 30, and here I'm already looking at burying both my parents, and I'm trying to figure out why did the divine do this? Why are you taking both my parents this way? Even though it's two different organs, but the thing is, you're taking both my parents, and the reason why I'm losing them is because their organ is failing. So I had to sit there, and me and my brother had this conversation. And I remember saying to my brother, like, what did we not learn the first time with our mother? That the, divine God needs to put us through this again. And I needed to find some understanding and acceptance of this. And it took me some years to really think about it, but I had to come to understand that, yes, I went through it with my mom already, with my brother. And though it was similar, but there was something new about, what my daddy was going through compared to my mom, and the fact that me and my brother were also older, so it's not the exact same experience. Um, there's a different perspective, there's a different level of maturity. There's a different way of how things happen. It doesn't exactly happen the same way. It's like, I would even say it's like, people can relate to me in the context of because I've lost my parents and, you've unfortunately lost your parents, we can relate to each other that loss, that pain, right? But what I also know is some people may not be able to relate to me the same way as others will in the context of, and it's nothing against anybody. It's just me saying, like, because I was so young, I didn't have my mama there to, see us graduate from school, see us get married and have a family of our own. to where maybe you got to have all that. Your parents got to see all of that. So there's that emptiness, that hole. Does that make your experience any less painful than mine? No. It's just a different way of how we experience it, a different point of view, a different perspective. You know, the understanding, common ground is yes, we both lost a parent, but it was still different for each of us. Even in the same family, it's still going to be different. Because for my brother and I, it was still different for each of us. You know, same parent, but it still felt different. And it was similar, but different. So take all that into context, beautiful people. It may not always be exact, it's having to play devil's advocate too sometimes. Trying to put ourselves in the other person's shoes, trying to apply their, mentality, the way they look at things with our own. And sometimes it's hard to do that, but we try, right? Because we're human, we're loving people and we want to do the best we can to help, our loved ones and be there for them. But sometimes it's hard to wrap our head around too. So sometimes it may not be that we have to get in there and have to fix it all. Maybe it's just us being present and saying, well, you make whatever decisions you make. I'm here for you. I will walk beside you, but you got to drive this car. I'm trusting you that I helped you enough, especially if it's like a parent child. You got to say, I raised you. I'm trusting you now that I raised you right and you know right from wrong now. And I'm trusting you to make those choices now because you're grown, you're an adult. And that's what we do. But again, sometimes it's hard to allow even the people closest to us like that to kind of go at it alone because we still want to be that protective, mama bear or, papa bear or whoever to step in and try and shield them. And sometimes it's good and other times it's not. So you take it how it fits, beautiful people. And then I have these last few cards. I don't remember what deck this is from, but first card up is Patience. I accept that everything happens in divine order. I accept that everything happens in divine order. So have patience and trust and believe that it will happen in divine order and divine timing. The next one is growth. I want to expand my consciousness and my awareness. I want to expand my consciousness and awareness. And this is all about growth. Having the patience to learn and to also grow from it. Why? Because the next one is perseverance. I know that I can do whatever I set my mind to. I know I can do whatever I set my mind to. Persevere. Because at the end of it, you'll find yourself in abundance. And it says, I'm a limitless being, and I can manifest whatever I desire in this physical reality. I am a limitless being, and I can manifest whatever I desire into this physical reality. Abundance. Believe you are abundant, that you got plenty of instead of you lacking. You're not lacking. Don't have that lack mentality, beautiful people. Because if you think constantly that you're lacking something, you don't have enough, that's what it'll end up being. That's where, many of us like myself and, my soul tribe and my mods, we all say it's like you'll have what you believe you have because your thoughts are going to create it into reality. But if you can be in gratitude and be appreciative for what you do have, even if it's not everything you want or wish you had, but be thankful. The universe has a beautiful way of coming in and blessing you with what you think you have been without, that you've been wanting or needing for so long. So be thankful for all that. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all beautiful people is Ragu. And it says, detach yourself from drama. You are being encouraged to take the highest road possible now. Angels are reminding you that you are born to guide and heal. And this won't be possible if you allow your judgment to be clouded by the energies of ego. Remember that whenever there is a dramatic event unfolding, you have a choice whether to engage with it or not. And the powerful Positive affirmation is, thank you, Ragul, for helping me discern the truth without being attached to drama. Thank you, Ragul, for helping me discern the truth without being attached to drama. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. For the general collective reading, again, beautiful people, that was a general collective reading. That covers all 12 signs. If you're here, you're part of the collective. It doesn't matter what zodiac sign you are. It's all 12. Take what messages resonated from that and leave behind the rest. And if something didn't fit, please don't force it to fit. If you have any personal questions or want a personal reading, the board right behind me has, my prices and all the information for that. So thank you, beautiful people, for being here. I greatly love y'all very much. I've missed y'all. Like I said, I knew I would not be able to go a third day without being on here. I know me too well. I knew I would be back by tonight. I wouldn't have been able to wait till tomorrow night. Hi, George. How you doing? Thank you, Bishop. You too, baby. You're welcome, Moonchild. What's going on, beautiful people? Much love to you too, George. I always appreciate seeing you, baby. Hi, Judith. Hi, Diane. How y'all doing? Y'all surprised to see me? Hi, Debs. How you doing, beautiful? Oh. Oh, hi, JPA. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that. You love my nails, huh? Yeah, this time I decided to do blue instead of purple. Thank you, Eternal Light. I appreciate you, baby. Thank y'all. Hi, Eric. How you doing, baby? I'm gravy, baby. You know me. I'm here. I'm gravy. I got biscuits and sausage. Go with my gravy. How about y'all? You know, I got to re-energize myself over the weekend because I had my house to myself, which was very nice. So I very much enjoyed it. So that's why I'm here, because I missed y'all. Didn't you miss me, Eric? I meant to message you too. You were on my list of people, and I'm sorry I didn't get to you. I just feel lost sometimes when I'm not on here with y'all. It's like a piece of me missing. But I think that's a good thing. I don't know about y'all, but I think that's a good thing. With sausage, of course. Gotta have sausage, baby. Oh. Yes, I did. Without him here, yes, I did. Welcome back, Jackie. Sure did. It was nice. I got to hang out with some good friends, have some great conversations. It was nice. So, and do whatever I wanted. So, it's always funny because it's like I always seem like I always want to be back on here ASAP when they're around. But when they're not here, it's like, oh, let me enjoy my true alone time. Hi, NJS. You going to sleep? All right, beautiful. Well, thank you for being here, girlfriend. Have some sweet dreams and have a wonderful day. See you tomorrow. I'll be here. Oh, it really is, Eric. And I really need it. Because, like, the living room is right outside my master bedroom where I sleep. So I hear the TV all the time, and it's like, ugh. And then it's like I can't really feel like I can like relax in there in my own bed and have, have those conversations with people on the phone because someone seems like they always want to eavesdrop. And so it was nice to be able to lay in my own bed and not have to worry about that for a few days. Hi, DM. How you doing, baby? So I got to enjoy it. So I was all comfy in my bed. And I know y'all want me to y'all are so crazy. Y'all want me to come on here one night and stream from my bedroom. It's like, I don't know about that. Oh, absolutely, Jackie. And I love to talk. I mean, y'all are gonna laugh at me. A couple of y'all know this, but I spent 13 hours on the phone yesterday talking to people, catching up with people. So understand me. Though I was in this house by myself, I was talking to people yesterday. So that interaction, yeah, I do understand that. Yes, Jackie, 13 hours. I kid you not. I counted it. Sure did. I talked to a few different people. I can talk. I don't know. Some other people can talk. I'll just say that. I mean, yeah, I can talk, but because I've been trying to catch up with people that I've been saying, it's like, I'm going to call you. I'm going to call. And finding the time to call people, and I don't. And then, you know. So I made sure this weekend I made time for everybody and called almost everybody on my list. There was a couple of people I still needed to call, and I hate that I missed that, but I got most of the people I wanted to talk to and get in touch with that I've been saying I'd reach out to. I can talk. Maybe I just am a good listener. I don't talk that much. I don't know, do I talk y'all's ear off? You can barely talk 13 minutes on the phone, Eric. Baby, I have my moments too where I don't want to talk. I mean, I do have those moments where it's like, nope, I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to think about nothing. I just want to shut the world out and that's it. But like I said, I was able to recharge me pretty good. So, oh, I understand that too, Eric. Understand me. My phone stays on silent. So, 3 hours today on the phone with just one person. Yeah, back and forth. Yeah. I gotta check on everybody. See, when I say I care, I care. So I reach out to people, check on everybody. There was more people I needed to reach out to, but I didn't get a chance to, and I'm sorry. Um, but I will. So yeah, 13 hours. It was pretty crazy. Never expected I'd be on the phone that long, but I was. And hey, Bob. Hey to everyone else that came in the room. Beautiful people. I'm happy y'all are here. Hi, Timothy. How you doing, baby? And when the conversations are good, it seems like time flies by like it's nothing. I've had plenty of those times too where me and, whoever I'm on the phone with, we just keep talking and talking, and before we know it, it's like, you see what time it is? What time did you call? Oh, it's been 5 hours? Oh, crap. And then you just keep talking. So, all right, Bishop. Well, thank you for being here. Sweet dreams. Good night to you. You don't want to do either. I get it, Eric. I do. You know, Eric. Yeah, I did, but I ain't gonna tell you what I did, baby. That's my secret. What'd you do? I can't give away all my secrets. Doing good. Slept lots today. Did you? Let's see. How long did I sleep today? I didn't get off the phone till, what was it, 8 o'clock this morning? 7, 8 o'clock, something like that. And I woke up, it was in the afternoon, early afternoon. I don't remember exactly what time. You don't realize how much time delay there is in a live. Baby, I think it varies. Depends. So, did y'all do anything fun? What'd y'all do for the 4th? I mean, I got to watch the fireworks, and that was nice. Because I normally missed all the fireworks on the holidays, since I'm always in here streaming. At least that's the way it's been the past year. But that's alright, I'm not complaining. I like being in here with y'all, but I figure why not? No, I'm happy you did, Moonchild. Cool beans, Eric. That sounds like fun, baby. I would have enjoyed that. I would have enjoyed all of that. You know what I used to do, Eric? When I was younger, I used to go mudding with a couple of my friends. One of them owned a Jeep Wrangler. Another one had a truck. I'm trying to remember what kind of truck it was. But we when it would rain, when we get a lot of rain, we go, into like the woods, and we would go mudding is what we called it. That was always fun. It's been many years since I've done that last. Oh, did I tell you, Moonchild? Oh, you're asking? Yes, I did get it. I got it Saturday. Yeah, I saw that, Judith. Where unfortunately they got all that rain and it overflooded the river, I think. You spent the 4th trying to keep your pups calm. Mudding, southern word for four-wheeling. Yeah, I reckon it is. Well, and other people call it off-roading, but I think off-roading's a little different. My live's being live streamed. Are you enjoying doing that, Eternal? Yes, I got my box. It was all fattening stuff, but it was good stuff. In fact, I got it all over there behind that board in my table. Um, I haven't had a chance to try the Vegemite yet because I don't have any crackers. I got the cheese, but no crackers. Someone told me it tasted like, what did they say? Something about, what? How did they put it? They said it tasted nasty. They're like, nope. I can't remember what they said. No, I'm sorry, Moonchild. Not that I'm aware of, Scott. I don't think so, baby. If I did, I was young and I don't remember. You're hoping you might get a troll to show the moderator's view. That'd be interesting. It's not memorable. Oh, Lord. Oh, dear. I was just like, oh, no, not again. Talking about food. I don't know about that food, though. I do have a Big Mac in my fridge. Eternal. The sweat from people's feet fermented with yeast. Wow. Thank you for that description, Eternal. Hi, Carrie. Oh, well, thank you. Of course, I'm still going. They can't get rid of me. I'm stronger than that. Right, DM? I'm sitting there thinking the same thing. I'm like, I don't know if I can remove that visual from my head now. Oh my goodness gracious. And no, I am not going to be eating no Vegemite on this screen, okay? Oh my gosh, Eric. Oh my gosh, Audra. Like I said, it might taste different to me. I don't know. It must be some beard. I didn't even open it yet. I was waiting until I got the crackers and made sure I had cheese so I can. Otherwise, I don't know. Marmite? Is that how you say that? What is that? A thin layer on toast? Sounds like toe jam. Oh my goodness. Spread it lightly. Show Judith the jar. Okay, well, I gotta go grab it, y'all. Let me grab it. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness gracious. Y'all are funny. All right, Judith. This is what it looks like. Here you go. Hey, Gnostic. How you doing, baby? B vitamins for vitality. It's gonna be interesting. I'll say that much. 165 milligrams of sodium. Well, y'all said it was salty, so you're beat up. What you mean you're beat up? Heck no, Eric. No, baby, I'm waiting till I get some cheese and crackers. That's what Bob told me to try. The jar of demon blood. Oh my goodness. Oh, you can even buy some merch. Is what it's talking about. So no, I'm not opening this until I got something to put it on. And then what would be the best thing to have behind it in case I can't swallow it or I need to spit it out and I need to get that taste out of my mouth? Oh, whatever. Whatever, Eric. Try it on toast with avocado, Diane says. I love avocados. Asphalt. Y'all are funny. Scott's like, nope. Hi, Joe. I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing? The only way to try it is to try throwing it in the garbage can. Oh my goodness gracious. This will be an experience, I will say. I can't knock it till I try it, so it might just surprise me. Hello, Dennis. You took frozen watermelon to work? Nice. live stream it if I do. I mean, I'm going to try it, baby. I'm just going to make sure I got something, you know, that in case. I just don't want to open it until I have something to put it on, like what I was told. Diane said avocado and toast. Bob says crackers and cheese. Oh, that's nice of you, Gnostic. Licorice. Ooh. I'm sure that's yummy, Diane. Yeah, I liked all my goodies I got. I hadn't touched them yet, though. Um, like I said, they're all piled over there. When I got the box, I had just got done munching on something, so... Oh my goodness, Gnostic. Is that right, huh? Is that the secret, baby? So, if they don't, they might taste like Vegemite. Is that what you're saying? Oh my goodness gracious. You're bad. Oh my goodness. Someone sent her cheese and crackers ASAP. Well, I got cheeseburgers. I got a quarter pounder and a Big Mac in the fridge. Heck no, Eric. I gotta wait, baby. Y'all crazy. Yeah, I got fries too, but I already ate most of those. I think there's still some left. Because I was trying to eat while I was talking on the phone with someone, so. Mm, I think I'll save my senses for another day. Heck no. Oh my gosh. Are you serious, Debs? That's funny. That's funny, Nasty. Dip them. No. Y'all got me worried now about trying this. And I don't want to open it until I'm ready to try it. Make sure I got the, you know, the right foods to try it. Like, should I put like some kind of sauce on it to cover it up? What you think, Moonchild? Like, is there anything else I can use? Dill pickles, crackers, and old sharp cheddar cheese. Oh, well, that's great, Debs. Ew. We'll see. Store in a cool, dry place. You'll have to run me through a Tim Tam Slam. Oh, really? Yeah, I saw all those, baby. Those look good. Hi, Sonia. Well, I got some DM. Bob was kind enough to send me some. I got a few different ones. Haven't had the time Tams yet. Ooh. Well, that's good, Gnostic. I need to get away from myself. Yeah, he sent me some Tim Tams. I got some. They look good. I got Tim Tams and I got a few different things over there. I know I got some chocolate caramel and some other kinds of chocolate covered cookies, crackers, something like that. Your eyes are closing. Okay, beautiful. Well, why don't you go to sleep, honey? Have some sweet dreams. I'll be thinking of you. And I'll be praying for you, girlfriend. All right, Sonia. See you later, honey. Who sent me the box of diabetes? Bob did. You can't sleep? I'm sorry, honey. Bob sent it with the Vegemite, so. Cheese and salad dressing. I mean, I like that too, Gnostic. I mean, I love cheese. And I love sharp cheddar, so someone said sharp cheddar. I'll make sure I have sharp cheddar, and I'll make sure I have some pepper jack. And Diane, I'll make sure I have some avocado too. Hi, Gina. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, I love some wasabi. Fried caramel bear. Um, back there. Can I eat like my cheeseburger first, Bob? That I didn't get a chance to eat. Mm. Eat my dinner. DM, I guess it depends on what you mean by real wasabi, baby. Okay, well, I'll go heat up my Big Mac. I'll be right back. Beaver tails. I'm gravy, Gina. Thank you for asking. How you doing? I missed you too, honey. The fresh root wasabi. DM, I'm not sure. I don't know if my family ever gave that to me or not when I was younger. But if they did, I must have loved it because my grandparents would swear up and down everything they ever put in front of my face, I ate. And I loved everything. So I'm sure I have, DM. I'd have to ask them though. All right, let me go heat up my food, y'all. And actually, I gotta use the ladies' room, so I'll be right back, y'all. Y'all can keep having this conversation about this Vegemite. And when I heard it, it made me think of termite. Okay, let me do this. All right. What are y'all talking about? Dang, I just got cold. You are funny. Oh, I'm sorry, Scott. If you were here, baby, I'd give you one. I got Mountain Dew. I got Red Bull. And I even have a mocha frappe from Mickey D's. So I think there's even some like kind of some other flavor covered Dr. Pepper. Don't ask me what it is. I don't know. I don't drink the nasty stuff. So, and Sprite. That's right, Judith. You tell them, honey. Is that the real reason? No, it's not, Bob. You're funny. Too funny. It's 3:33. It's 3:33 in the morning. And I don't know what my crazy self was thinking being on here. And someone said Eternal showing off his crown. That's funny, Judith. That's what you do to keep the men away. So who's going to steal Eternal's crown? I'm curious. Who's going to take it from Eternal? Hello, Ashley. Gina, I think it's by comments and donations and stuff like that. I don't know. Eternal would have to tell you. I'm Gravy Ashley. Thank you for asking. How you doing? It should say at the top who has the crowns. So who has the crowns right now? Scott, are you and Bob and Eternal still battling it out? Hi, Jericho. So you got one, Moonchild? Who has the other one? Oh, darn, you just had a crown. What happened? I don't know. Who has it now? So y'all battle it out. You don't need a crown to know you're Mama Queen. That's right, Judith. Hi, Lennox. Yeah, honey, I'm eating actually my dinner. I was supposed to eat it earlier, but I didn't. I ended up on the phone talking to somebody, so all I got to eat was a few French fries, and then I decided I wanted to stream, so I had to hop in the shower and get ready. So I'm eating it now, but yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing, because I didn't eat today. How y'all doing? Well, Eternal went quiet. He's having Crown Royal. It's funny you mentioned that, because I believe he went through and he has some Crown Royal shots glasses actually. Oh, you're in Texas? Yeah, I'm in Georgia. I can't have any chocolate till I eat my dinner. Well, I'm a night owl, so I end up being up at night. By all rights, right now it's more like my late morning. if you want to get technical about it, because I normally start streaming at 10 p.m. my time. But I came on a little late. Oh, they're Jaden's? Oh, okay. But you got them. No, I'm part Hawaiian, but I don't live in Hawaii. I wish. Uh-oh, Eternal. Judah's calling you out, baby. She's saying you're cheating on us because you're over there talking to other girls. You better watch out now. She's gonna come after you. Wagon wheels. What you mean, Bob, wagon wheels? Oh, you see it in me? Okay. Yep. I'm part Hawaiian. You're not out too, Ashley? Hey, honey, that's the way I like it. I'm definitely nocturnal. That's what I can tell you. The chocolate wheels. Huh. Did I get some of those and I didn't see them, Bob? Mm. No, Bob, I don't have anything that says wagon wheels, baby. I'll double check, but I don't think so. Nope. I got the Tim Tams, the TV, and the Tiny Teddy. That's what I got, and the caramel koalas. So no, baby, I don't have any wagon wheels. That's why I'm confused. I'm like, huh? I see why he sent all that chocolate. He knows that I'm probably gonna spit it out, the Vegemite. So he wants to reward me for trying. Oh yeah, it's definitely peaceful, Ashley. I love being up at night. Yes, Gina. Bob sent me a package of goodies. Yeah, why? Y'all want me to show my goodies? It's all right, baby. Oh, that's so true, Ashley. It is. I like it better at night. Hey. Okay, I'll finish eating this real quick and then I'll show y'all my goodies that Bob sent me. Wagon wheels. That's interesting, Bob. Now you got my curiosity, baby. Yes, Linux, it was a big box. Yes, DM, this is my first meal, baby. Oh yeah, Bob's the best. He is, so is Moonchild. They both sent me packages, so it's very sweet of them. I've had others send me packages too. It just didn't have goodies in them like that, but they were still nice packages, so I appreciate them all. I appreciate all the packages y'all send me. I feel special, whether y'all make donations to me or y'all send me packages or both. I greatly appreciate it. Oh, he definitely is. Bob's the best. So yeah, Bob, now I'm curious about them wagon wheels, baby. Lennox, who you talking to, honey? Oh, thank you, Moonchild. I'll be curious to know what they are. I would have known if Bob hadn't mentioned it. Like, I have no idea what he's talking about now. No. Do you have your poking stick? I don't know, baby. Do you? Okay. Let me put this outside real quick. Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all want to see my goodies Bob sent me. Let me grab them for y'all. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's not it. This. Oh. I got 3 different kinds of these. Never heard of these before. But these look pretty good. Y'all talking about these Tim Tams. This one is what? It said sweet and salty. And the next one is double coat. So double chocolate. And then the dark chocolate Tim Tams. So that's that. And then I got, let's see, what else I got over here. They're over here trying to fatten me up. Let's see. I got, oh, TV snacks. So, the original and the malt sticks. And then, what else was over here? The tiny teddies. And the caramello koala bears. Those look good too. Can you say diabetes? I know. That's why. That's what DM said. He sent me a package full of diabetes. But he ain't the only one, because Miss Moonchild did some of the same stuff. Sent me a box of fattening and diabetes. And I'm still eating the stuff she sent me too. Oh my goodness. But thank you, Bob. Thank you so much, baby. I can't thank you enough. You and Moonchild, y'all the best. And all y'all who've made donations, I can't thank y'all enough. Thank you. So I'll have at least a few different things that I can munch on here and there. But yeah, most of it, I guess, is diabetes. I told y'all, if I get any weight, y'all gonna owe me a new wardrobe. Try a koala bear, you said? Okay. Oh. Let's see. Open this. Oh, I hear you, Ashley. I mean, I really don't gain weight. I'm not worried about it. I just tease them about it. They say I've lost weight in the past year or so. I think they're trying to put the weight back on me that I lost. And I wasn't trying to lose it. I mean, I just got active again. Because I went through and had surgery, I had to stay still for a while from my rotator cuff, because I couldn't do anything. Koala bears. Dairy milk chocolate. I'm going to do a slam with Red Bull. I mean, I lost what? When I first started streaming, I was like 124, 126, something like that. It was 124, I'll just say 126. And since I started streaming, I lost 10 pounds. I'm down to 116. Start slamming the Red Bull. No. Well, they're good, Bob. I love caramel. Mmm. I'm 5'3", so I'm a size 4. But I've been like a size 0 and a size 2, because I was like 104 pounds before. Those are good, Bob. I love chocolate caramel. Thank you, baby. Mm. You may have to send me some more of these, Bob. I mean, baby, it don't taste no different. Like, I don't know if anything I could compare it to off, top of my head, but I mean, putting milk chocolate and caramel together, I mean, it tastes what I would expect to taste here in the U.S. They're good. I love them. Thank you. Okay, Ashley, I got you, beautiful. I mean, yeah, girl, I'm not curvy like that. I mean, my mama, she got stingy because she didn't give me a butt and she didn't give me a chest either. Those biscuits are crack. What is that, Lennox? The Tim Tams? Is that what you're talking about, sweetheart? They look good. Oh my gosh. I'm in trouble, y'all. If I sit here and all this stuff is gone in one night, y'all know who to blame. Because I still got the stuff from Miss Moonchild, too. The chocolate covered pretzels and the ones. And one of the other flavored pretzels. I still got those. So, I got plenty of chocolate snacks over there. So, thank you very, very much. I love me some chocolate. Your mom gave you nothing. I mean, yeah, honey, my mama was tall too. She had a bony butt, but she did have a nice chest. So, I don't know what happened. I got the short end of the stick of that. That's right, Judith. Well, see, last time I had my height, I was 5'3.5", but I just say 5'3". But I mean, technically, last time I had it checked, I was 5'3.5". But I mean, I don't know if the half inch really makes that much of a difference. Oh yeah, your mama is tiny, Ashley. See, my mama was 5'11", and she said the most she ever weighed when she was pregnant with one of the four kids. So one of us four kids, and I think she said she got up to like 145. But outside of that, she stayed like around the 120 range. She was thin. You like 5'3" height. You're 5'11", DM. You're tall, baby. My mama was 5'11". I'm short. I'm short and sweet and full of spice and fire. You're in Jersey and she's in Arizona. That's cool. See, I didn't get my mama's height. I got robbed out of that part because all the all the people in my mama's family, they were tall. But then, you got to throw in my Asian side and they're all short. My dad was 5'5", so you're 6'2". That's tall, Scott. Yeah, I think like most of the men in my family were like over 6 feet. I think they were anywhere from 6 foot to 6'7", I believe is what I was told. Um, my grandfather was tall, but I don't think he got up to 6'7". So I don't know who it was in my family who reached that height. It must have been like a great uncle or something. I didn't know. Maybe my great grandfather, for all I know. No, thank you, Ashley. Thank you very much, honey. I appreciate you. That's very sweet. Y'all gonna make me blush in here. Can Judith ban you? I don't think she can, baby. Hi, Syncope. How you doing, baby? You're Slim Shady. Gina, that's Eternal Light. His name's James, but I don't call him James in here because there's other people who have the name James, so to not confuse anyone. Not telling. Too late, Bob. I already told. You can? Okay, Judith. Yeah, Ashley, you're right. I believe you. I believe so. It is a double-edged sword. Depends on who you ask. Depends on, your, perspective and such. Yeah, you're right, honey. Well, you know what? I could ban all of y'all. How about that? And then I could put all of y'all in timeout too. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ashley. I don't know what that means, honey, but you got a crown. I can't ban you. I wouldn't ban you, Moonchild. It's like Chief thought once he got his wrench, he thought, yeah, don't give me that wrench, Amanda, because if you do, I'm obeying everybody to where it's just me and you. And I laughed. And I told him, okay. But what he didn't know is he can't do that. Only I can. Yeah, Ashley, that's true, honey. Um, I think that's in a sense, I think that's where, the internet is good because unless you're good automatically, sending people your pictures or if you meet someone and you got a picture on your profile, they're not going to know what you look like. And um, naturally, of course, if you're on some kind of dating app, then obviously they want to know what you look like. I would assume, anyways. But just being out here like this, like unless your pictures are, your profile picture, it's like nobody's gonna know. So people get to know you on the inside, which I think is good. I think that's a positive. Oh yeah, social media can be pretty bad. You're right. I I don't have, well, I can't say that now but I haven't been on any of them. Um I got several different accounts, but I'm not active on them. So I pretty much stick to YouTube. And the only other one that I occasionally may check out once in a while is Facebook, and that's it. Outside of that, I really don't go anywhere else and look around. But I have accounts with all the other social media accounts, but I don't go on them. Yeah, Gina, be careful. You just might, honey. Y'all are too funny. Oh, I know. I'm waiting for Chief to appear now. Hi, Cheryl. I'm gravy, beautiful. Thank you for asking. How you doing, honey? It's 4:15. It don't feel like it's 4 in the morning. That's odd for me. You know. Yeah, I like YouTube too, Ashley. Never thought I'd be out here like this, but here I am. That Big Mac was good. Oh, yep, everybody's starting to wake up now. Already hear all the traffic going by. Okay, Moonchild. Yeah, honey. Everyone who prays, please say a prayer for Texas, and those who don't, but send them love and light, whatever your way of, that works. So you get some sleep, Moonchild. Sweet dreams, honey. We'll talk soon. Good night, honey. Yeah, that's sad. It kind of makes you think of what happened in New Orleans. It's really, really sad. Ain't it? Ouch. Hmm. I'm about to step out for a minute, y'all. Then maybe come back and play with my dice. We should all just send prayers and love and light to the world. I think that's a good way to do that. Yes, we are, Ashley. We are like one big family in here. Okay, Gina. Yeah, I gotta step away and reground myself for a minute. Hello, John. Oh, well, did I, sweetheart? Well, I'm deeply sorry to hear about the loss of your wife. I'm sending you love and light and comfort. during your time, honey. Yes, Gina, I'm doing readings tonight. I'm gonna step away for a minute to ground myself and I'll be right back, y'all. So, okay. Ouch. Yeah, 'cause that sciatica is in my butt right now. That didn't even sound right, y'all, okay? It's got sciatic notch. This is what it's called. Thanks. Alright. got my other sweater too instead. This one's a bit warmer than my mama's sweater. Stuff here. And I look like a crazy person wearing shorts and a strap, spaghetti strap top and a sweater. And my hair was sticking up everywhere. I'm looking like a crazy person. You're leaving me, Judith. Most sweet dreams to you, sweetheart. Good night, honey. See you tomorrow. Let's see. All right. You know, Salem, what you worried about my teddy bear for? And what you mean about being a female-only site? No, this ain't a female-only site. I don't know where you got that from. This is a psychic tarot channel. Yeah, they are, Lennox. And it's crazy because normally I'm warm, but I think because my hair was still damp, um, it still makes me cold. And then sometimes when my spirit guides step forward, they make me cold too. Hi, David Murphy. I don't know, Bob, but I don't know what they're talking about. They obviously heard about Teddy. And Teddy's hiding right now, so I didn't even realize he was hiding. So wants to know about Teddy. There's Teddy peeking around the corner. I mean, I was trying to figure out if the guy even said hi. I was trying to look for all that, but I didn't see it, so probably wouldn't have liked me either. Hi, Eternal. I don't know, Bob. Maybe he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, baby. He just mad because all the ladies are after you. They want to play with that big, bulky beard of yours, you know. He has the wrong energy. Well, yeah, that would surprise me too. Many of them do. Ooh, someone's gonna fall in love, huh? I don't know, maybe he thinks he's from outer space. Maybe he thinks he's an alien, who knows? I have no clue. I mean, you know. Could also be it's like, people know. You come into my chat, have some manners. At least say hi. I mean, that's the least you can do. I don't know. Is that just a Western thing? I don't understand it. If it's just a Western thing, I would just like to know, like, what do y'all say in y'all's country then? Because we at least say hi to people when we acknowledge people. Ashley, you're not a downer. I don't know what you're talking about, sweetheart. There is a saying about beers, but you can't say it on here. Well, baby, I reckon you're gonna have to message me that just so I know. Because I'd want to know. Sure, Scott. I want to know, Bob. I mean, I could think of all kinds of things. I mean, I'm sure some of the ladies would like to comb it for you too, baby. Well, how come I'm just now getting that? Well, that didn't show up on my other one, unless you just sent it to me. I mean, actually, I don't feel it that way from you, though, honey. And he just recently opened his account? Well, there you go. Oh, you mean about the way it is up there? Ashley, people would think the same thing about me, though, honey. Because they actually think I'm from New York. Oh, okay. I got you, Bob. uh, um, Scott, it's what resonates with you, baby. I mean, like, I got people may just pick one, but I got a few. Like, my spirit animals are hawks, wolves, and big cats. So, um, it's what resonates with you, baby. And that's right, Ashley. And I don't, honey. Well, I mean, and I wonder sometimes because, even though I live in Georgia and I've been here over 30 years now, but I'm originally from California. I was born there and I lived there until I was 10. And most of my family's still there. But my my daddy, who was my stepdad, he was born in, I believe it was Texas, but my grandmother, his mother, I believe she was either from New York or she lived up there a lot because she managed those the actual like music theater, like the musicals, like you think of like the play like Annie, what's that big one that was well known, like Phantom of the Opera, the Cats, those types of things. My grandma was the manager of one of those theaters, and she did a few different ones around the U.S. So I think it came from them, that type of personality, because I know people from New York have even said to me they think I was from New York. It's like, no, I'm not, but and I didn't understand why they would say that. And then one of my neighbors who was from New York, um, he had told me he actually was one of them who thought I was from New York, and he explained to me why. And he said it seemed like the way I speak, but he said it was like my I guess my body language too, like my whatchamacallit, um my mannerisms, knowing I speak, with my hands a lot, it was little things like that, he said, is what made him think I was from New York. And it's like, no, I've never been there, so I don't even know what y'all are talking about. Sure, baby. Thank you, baby. You want an oracle message? I give off a strong presence. Well, Ashley, and people think that I'm intimidating that way, and that's what I don't get. Yeah, like Broadway. Yes, Ashley, like Broadway. Yeah, I just seen that, Bob, because I didn't get that, baby, because you said you was going to send it to me. You didn't, but I seen it came through just now, so thank you, baby. Um, Eternal, baby, is there any specific area, or you trust me to pull what I feel called to pull, baby? Oh, really, Eric? Well, let's see. Let me fix that for you real quick. See, I take offense to that word. So let's get this straight, Eric. It's my channel, first of all. So I make the rules here, not you. Okay? And the people who are here, they're not looking for that type of language. They come here to be uplifted, for encouragement, not that nonsense. Be calling people broads and stuff. No, that don't fly with me. Because you see, I don't know where you're from, but I'm from California, and you see, that's what a lot of people would call a woman without calling her the B word. So, yeah, I find that offensive. Okay, Eternal. Whatever spirit feels you need to know. All right, baby. Let me put this up. And that's right. Welcome to the well-being band. They really are, Lennox. I don't understand. Like, why? It's like you don't run this show. I do. Let's get that straight. Don't make me pull out my boss cup now. And Ashley, that's where you're going to really say, yeah, see, that's why I would think you're from New York. uh, I should just show it anyways. How y'all like my cup? Some of y'all already seen this. You already know what I'm talking about, but, for those of y'all who are new here, or, those like, Eric, whatever his name is, you know, here you go. This is my cup. So, unless you got my cup, you ain't get a vote. How about them apples? Hey, Nicole. How you doing, beautiful? All right, Eternal. All right, let me see. Spirit. Oh, wow. Hmm. I know. Let me move Bob's Vegemite out of the way. Something tells me to pull this for you too, though. Where'd it go? I just had that deck, and I'm looking past it now. I don't know how, but what I do with it? I put it somewhere. Let's see. Oh, right there, Amanda. Hello. It's like I want to say hello. Anybody home? Sorry, y'all. I'm being silly. Spirit. Alright, I think there's another one I want to pull from, but let me see what this says first before I go ahead and say that. And hi, my beautiful people. Hey, Ashley. That's something to be proud of, girlfriend. Alright. Let's see. I saw something. I don't know what it was. Oh, yes, you can, Miss Gina. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. Okay. Let me do Eternal first. Let me see, Spirit. I got a few new decks in too, y'all. Spirit, let me start with this one first. Alright. I'm allowed to be silly. It's my channel. Thank you, honey. I mean, this is one of those chill nights. You know, I wasn't supposed to be here. Y'all knew that, but I came on here anyway, so let me just act silly for a night with y'all. Dang it. Okay. Alright, Spirit, show me where it's now. course, I put my sweater on and I get hot all of a sudden. That makes sense now. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's what this was leading to. Alright. I want to see something else real quick. I already pulled this for you before, Eternal. It's crazy. Coming up for you again, baby. So apparently Spirit wants to emphasize this. This time I'm going to tell you what they both say. I feel like both is true in this regard. Okay, Spirit. What are you doubting, baby? No, Bob, it's for Eternal. You're just doing some work, DM. Okay, baby. Eternal, why do I feel some heaviness in your energy? This is Spirit. Wow. Okay, where's that deck? True too. Yikes. Eternal. Spirit's telling me, before I even go through and read these cards to you, baby, and I pull this other card. Spirit's telling me you need to read the lines in the sand. So, they said you'll understand what that means. What is with this heavy? What's with this heaviness? Why does my heart feel a little heavy, Eternal? Spirit, show me. And that one came out, and it's pretty crazy. Alright. Whoops. One of these days I'm gonna knock this thing down. That's not gonna be good. Make sure I don't hit it again. It's the angle of this desk. Okay. Which one first, Spirit? Okay. Alright, Eternal. I pulled for you. The first one's the spirit animal. And you got the dolphin spirit, baby. Ain't that pretty? And it says this and that are true. Dolphin spirit, like her earthly manifestation, is a reminder of duality. As the dolphin is both mammal and sea creature, so too is dolphin spirit, both this and that. Two truths coexist. The story you tell and another as well. The duality of life is present when we are suffering, for there is a blessing, too, in the helpers that appear. Within clouds are silver linings. When we later reflect on what happened, we can see that a situation was both this and that, and a choice led to both joy and sorrow. No relationship is either all good or all bad, and people have qualities of both light and shadow. Focus on the positive, for light exists alongside the darkness. Dolphin Spirit calls for you to come up from below and enjoy a weightless moment in the sun as you dive in and out of this and then that, accepting and even enjoying the duality of life. Why not join Dolphin Spirit in acknowledging and affirming the blessings present in this moment? In all areas of your life, there are aspects of both this and that. Today, you can celebrate this fact and recognize the complexity and the beauty of the fabric of the universe. You are at a place right now where your past self is still present as you move toward the new self you are becoming. Aspects of both selves are present. So even if you want to say goodbye to what was, you are required to find solace in this between time. Today is not a day to choose one over another either, but rather to accept things as they are without judgment or resistance. Even in matters of heart, duality is present. Your next action will be obvious when you drop your bias and see things as a whole. Ugh, that gave me chills. So this and that are true. Baby, it's like times we've talked, and other readings I've done for you. It's like, we talk about how, light cannot exist without darkness and vice versa. You know, both are true. There is this duality, and we all reflect both. We all have darkness and light. It's just a matter of taking the light and shining the light into that darkness and shining that reflection outward to know that you can come to terms and acceptance and peace of accepting like the rest of us. None of us in this world are perfect. We all understand there's something in us that is a flaw, or some would see as a negative. But even if people see it in a bad way, or look down on it, it still adds beauty to us. It still adds all these beautiful different facets to us. It makes us who we are. It makes us different from one another. It's just the way of how our facets are, shaped, and how we decide to reshape them over time, whether we follow down the roughness, which you can think of it like being that darkness, to where we smooth, that part of like that gem, if you think of a crystal or a diamond, and you smooth it out and it's all smooth, then think of all the light and the brilliance that comes out with it. So I believe it's both. And I know you understand what I'm saying. And then, um, let's see. I felt called to pull these. Um, and this is my new deck, one of my new decks. Hold on, my hair got stuck on my table. So the first one that I pulled from this is Shared Load. Love endures even through arid stretches of hardship and surviving rough patches. And, this is true for all of us too. I don't think this, even though this is for you, Eternal, but like this is also one of those messages that I think is for everyone, because we all share the load, especially, when we love someone, and it doesn't matter whether it's romantic, platonic, or family. We share a burden, we share a load, both good and bad, through the ups and downs. We carry part of that burden with us, part of that load, to help, you know balance each other, to be able to lean on each other, to be able to trust that if one of us falls, that the other person will be back there to keep us from falling, or at least, lend out their hand to help us back up on our feet. So we all share that. Like this camel, carries around, a load, as we all see. And then the other one with this is emotional renewal. And it says offering empathy and affection creates inspiration, full of possibility. There's a big emotional renewal. Even through surviving these rough patches, you know, we go through those rainstorms like you always hear me talk about, when we're going through that hardship, that rough patch. It feels like the, worst thunderstorm any of us can go through. But it's like I always tell y'all, the sun will eventually shine again, which means things will be calm and things will be a lot better. But it doesn't feel that way. And it feels like it goes on forever when we're in the middle of the storm. We can't see the other side to be able to see the sunlight that's over the horizon. But once we get to that sunlight, there's this renewal of hope and love again, because our relationships do get tested, they get challenged. And we see that, we weren't willing to give up on each other, so to speak. We are willing to still walk hand in hand and side by side with one another by holding each other up. And that creates this sense of renewal, this strength in our love by sharing that load, sharing the burden, and sharing our love with one another. It just strengthens that bond even more and builds that closeness. And it's like it energizes us, to me. And we offer our love, our affection, and through those hardships, it even helps us to inspire one another, to see what's like, we can look at someone right now, I'm sure we can all think of someone close to us that we know they went through something that was a big obstacle, that was a big challenge, that we ourselves might take a look and it's like, I don't know how they got through that. I don't know how they survived that. I don't know how they did that, and not, put them in the grave or make them, turn to substances that are bad for you, and so on. But we all know someone that's done that, someone we've grown close to, someone, we love, whether it's family, friends, or maybe a significant other, and they help inspire us. And I feel like with their love and their perseverance, and, even being there to encourage us, they kind of help, push us even further, push us beyond our bounds, because we can see, we can personally say we know someone who's gone through something that should have broken them, but it didn't. And if it didn't break them, why should I allow it to break me, so to speak? That's how I read that. Yes, eternal. That's true, baby. And then this other card is one I pulled for you last week. I remember this. I remember all the yellow. This is from the Dragon deck, and this is the Ceres and Bond. Abundance, variety, and happiness are making their way into your life. The time of harvest has arrived. And here's the message from Ceres. It says, hold this card over your heart. Close your eyes for a moment and listen to my voice. I am both a higher spirit and a goddess. Feel my presence. I am with you in this moment, and I bless you with the light of joy, happiness, and abundance. Be aware of all your opportunities. The joy I bring will transform all your fears and free you. Smile. Breathe yellow light throughout your body and recognize that a time of harvest has begun. Look at the abundance around you and start to enjoy and share it. Celebrate your own personal Thanksgiving to show everyone that you are prepared for the harvest. Be ready and receptive. And the message from Bond, which is the dragon, says, close your eyes and step beneath my wings. I bring a powerful light that will crown all your visions and projects for the future with success. The time of ambiguity and confusion has now come to an end, and you have been given the gift of clarity. Let my energy flow through your veins and feel the power of your liberated will. Now is the time for harvest, and with it come joy and laughter. And that's beautiful, because this is a time of abundance. And I feel like it's a time of a great abundance for you. And, when I think of this, I think of your emotional abundance. I think of the relationships that you have gained over the last year, but I even think of like your relationships you've gained, you've strengthened your bonds like with your kids. It's your emotional abundance, it's your mental abundance, it's your spiritual abundance, and even, being, in this community with me and everyone else who's here, that has helped, you grow that much more. And you're willing to, you know, take it on and, learn more and even expand, your mindset and, the way you look at things. Like I know you've said to me privately that there's some things that, you look at differently from the way I look at them. But you do understand how I look at them, and it kind of makes you second guess, or not maybe second guess, but you can look at it and say, people like me gives you a reason to maybe begin to believe to where maybe before you wouldn't. And I feel like that's also true here. And for you, I also feel like this is, a time of great harvest when I think of like your garden, your vegetable garden, when you want to talk about the material, you know, I think of your vegetable garden. Um, when you take good care of it and you water it and, and it gets light and, you weed, around it, you get more out of it than I think you even thought you would, and you end up pleasantly surprised. And after all that hard work and going through some of the obstacles with the weather and other things you've had to face, trying to keep your garden up and going, you now are able to see the reward in it, just like your emotional and your mental and spiritual reward. I feel like the same is true for your material reward. And the same is also true when it comes to, I know you mentioned recently you did get a raise. Like I felt like last week you were going to come into being rewarded, materially or monetary. And that's when you had let me know, yeah, you just found out you got a raise. And here's all this gold right here. You are very abundant, eternal, you know, and you may not always feel like that you're deserving or that you're still having to answer for your mistakes or maybe, choices you made in the past. Baby, if that's true, then we're all still answering because none of us are perfect. We've all made our share of mistakes. We all have made our share of decisions that we second guess and look at it now. It's like, why did I do that? Why did I make that choice? And now we may have some type of guilt, regret, but we also learn and grow from that. I feel like, you might think you're still paying for, that karma, it's coming back around to you. I don't necessarily feel that. I understand why you feel that, but I don't necessarily feel like that's true. I feel like you don't give yourself enough credit for the good you do, for, your time and, the way you are generous with others. It may not always be, in a material, monetary way, but you are generous in other ways. And that still counts. It's still just as important. So don't think it's not. And I feel like Spirit wants to remind you of this, that you are just as deserving as the rest of us, that you're no less deserving. And you deserve the happiness and love and support like the rest of us. So step into that, baby. And know that, yes, there is duality. Like I said, for whatever reason, Spirit told me to say to you, trust the line in the sand. So, and they said that you would understand what I mean by that. So, baby, I hope this resonates. I hope, it has given you the clarity, the confirmation, the enlightenment, and the encouragement you need right now, baby, to take and carry you through. thank you so much for everything you do for me here. You know, for not just being one of my mods, but being a good friend and all the love and support and, you know, your donations and your time. And thank you for trusting me always to read for you. It's always an honor to read for you, baby. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad, baby. So it just confirms what you already know. You really love the cards. Well, I'm glad. Oh, well, that's good, Ashley. Well, I always tell everybody, even when I'm reading for someone personally, even, you know, like just now with Eternal Light, even though he bought that reading and it was a personal reading just for him, it doesn't mean that if there was any messages in there that spoke to you, if it spoke to you too, then it was meant for you too. So take those messages. Hi, Spirit Brothers. How you doing, baby? It's good to see you, honey. Good morning to you too. All right, let me put this up. All right, Gina. Oh no, Spirit Brothers, I'm so sorry to hear that, baby. I'm sorry. I'm so deeply sorry for your loss. I'm sending you healing love and light and comfort in your time of grieving, baby. I'll keep you in my prayers, baby. You're welcome, Eternal. Okay, put this up here for right now. Okay, Miss Gina. Miss Gina, do you have any specific question or do you want me just to do a general? Just trust whatever spirit has for you, sweetheart. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that, Spirit Brothers. Mm. Whichever I feel like. Okay, sweetheart. I'm deeply sorry to hear that, Spirit Brothers. That's really tough, baby. Hmm. Let me see. Spirit deck. Oh no. Okay. I'm feeling cold. Where'd it go? Text. Let's see. Wait. probably don't have maybe not that one, it's this one. Let me see. Get to this first. Spirit. Spirit, show me. Gina may not feel like you feel like you're being watched out for, protected, but Spirit wants me to let you know you are protected, girlfriend. Let's see. Where'd it go? Yeah, this I do understand. Very much. Okay, let me see. There's that. And space till we pull from this too. Let's see. Spirit, show me. Spirit brothers, baby, I'm deeply sorry for the loss of your friend. Unfortunately, I've lost a lot of people. More people than I'd care to, I think, sometimes admit to myself. I know I've lost more people than I can count on both my feet and hands. And I have unfortunately lost a handful of people to car accidents. So it sucks, baby, I know. Especially when it's not that person's fault and it's the recklessness of someone else's choices, poor decisions. And it makes it even worse, but it's just a tragedy because they just got ripped out from underneath you. And plus from, the rest of the people who love them and care about them just as much as, we do. And in this case, like you do, baby. So I'm deeply sorry for your loss, baby. I understand why you haven't been around. No need to apologize. Hi, Sergeant Curtis. How you doing, baby? Alright, Spirit, show me. Synchronicities. Gina, you're funny, honey. Okay. Think positive, Gina. You know, all right, Gina, I'll start with this one. My beautiful lady, here's your messages, your Oracle Spirit messages. Here's the first one for you, higher thought. And it says, sometimes in moments of darkness and despair, all it takes to feel better is a decision to lift our thoughts to a higher, more positive place. Simple actions like seeking the company of an old friend or taking a walk in nature can often help to move us out of our negative perspective, giving us a new vantage point from which to view the current situation. So it's pretty much saying, beautiful, like when you get lost in your own thoughts, you get trapped in those negative thoughts. Sometimes to break free from those thoughts is doing something different instead of just sitting there just constantly allowing it to replay over and over and over again. Like stepping outside, taking a walk in nature, calling up an old friend, that you can lean on, doing something different outside of what you've been doing, that can change your whole vantage point, your whole point of view, that can actually help bring light into your time of feeling down on yourself or being negative or feeling like you're locked in darkness when you're not beautiful, even though it might feel that way in the moment, you're not. It's just a matter of changing your whole mindset. And it's like I told you, before. I feel like Spirit wants you to know that you're protected, even if it doesn't feel that way. They want to remind you of that you are divinely protected and you are loved. And even if it feels like you're alone, like no one's there for you or no one has your back, they want you to know that you would be wrong. They've never left your side, honey. And they want you to release burdens, because the next card I pulled for you, it says taking steps. It says tread lightly by releasing unnecessary burdens, following your path. So taking steps, beautiful. Releasing yourself from the worry, the burdens, the things that pull you down, that pull your energy down, that make you feel like you're not going to make it, or you're not going to succeed, or, you have nothing good to offer, or, you have no worth or value. All those things are not true. They want you to know you are loved, you are worthy. You have a lot to offer people. You're a good person. And, to think that, people on the outside can, look at you that way, that's their problem, honey. You don't carry around those burdens, even though you might be carrying around some things that you have no choice but to carry, but there's some that aren't yours to bear. So they want you to release those, to lighten, your load, so to speak, so you can see your path clearer and see that there is the rainbow and the sunshine at the end of a cloudy, dark day. Especially again when you get trapped in your thoughts and always thinking the worst or thinking things aren't going to get better or feeling hopeless. You know, they need you to stop feeling hopeless and feel hopeful instead. And then I have this crystal oracle, which is the crystal you got is black tourmaline. And it says, there is a saying that good fences make good neighbors. Well-being likewise requires healthy boundaries that respects everyone's uniqueness, similarities, and differences. The appearance of black tourmaline is a sign that now is the time to make sure those fences are neither impenetrable walls nor so porous and broken down that you start to lose track of where you end and others begin. It's invigorating to move between alone time and together time. Maybe you need to be with some extroverts for a while, or maybe you need a long evening alone with a good book. If you've been feeling tired lately, pay attention to whether you're neglecting yourself at some level, giving too much, suffering from empathy overload, or depending too much on someone else and crowding them. You may need some downtime to remind you that you are a human being, not a human doing. You do not have to earn love through perpetual self-sacrifice, nor do you have to feel overwhelmed and needy. Healthy boundaries mean leaning on others in a balanced way. And the black tourmaline spirit is here to nudge you to be mindful of when you need time to yourself and when you need to be among those who accept you exactly as you are. So make sure you always put up those healthy boundaries, beautiful. That's what this card is saying. They want you to know you're protected, but sometimes, you know, the spirit can only do so much for you because part of it still lies in, you know, the choices you make for yourself. You know, you got to help them along a little bit. So, you know, if you feel like people are crossing the line with you, well, that's up to you to take a stand for yourself and tell them no. They can't cross that boundary with you. So you have to be strong and stand your ground with them and be firm and tell them, no, you're not going to cross those boundaries with me. This is the line. This is where I draw the fence. And those healthy boundaries will help shield you and protect you from those negative, dark, you know, energies that may come around you that other people might be carrying. That as much as you love them and care about them, they may not be what's good for you right now. You know, it might be time to, instead of, you know, turning to someone where it creates a toxic pattern of behavior, whether it's them that brings it out in you or you bring it out in them, there's still this toxicity that can surround it. And that's when Spirit's saying, instead of doing that, why don't you, you know, take some time out for yourself, enjoy your own company, be loving of yourself and give to yourself instead of, you know, turning to others to give that love or that recognition to you. You still have to love you first. And by doing that, that's you, you know, investing in yourself instead of doing a constant having to sacrifice something of yourself and to the benefit of someone else, especially when that person may not be what's good for you. So Spirit's trying to protect you, keep you from that. But again, they need you to also stand up, protect yourself in the process instead of sacrificing yourself constantly. That makes you feel down and out or makes you feel overwhelmed and burdened, or you know, you feel less wanted or desired because maybe, you know, they don't need you as much as maybe you feel or thought that you were needed, or the desire to want to be needed like that instead, and you know, feel needed by yourself. Give yourself that time. And those that are supposed to be with you, be around you, that need your time, and who are respectful and mindful of your time. They're not going to go through and suck your energy dry. They'll, love you and accept you for exactly who and what you are and not expect you to do anything differently than what, you've been doing and the way you would, treat and love anyone else. It's not like they would expect you to constantly sacrifice yourself in order to, give to them or to keep your, bond with them, your relationship with them going. So don't get yourself stuck in that tidal wave, honey. You got to remember that, Gina. And I know it can be hard for you. I get that. I get because of some of the things you have going on personally. I understand, why this card's coming out. And, um, and because of that, I feel like I need to read this to you too, honey. Um, Gina, this is the other part of this card. This has to do specifically with your relationships, okay? And it says it's natural to yearn for that one special someone to be everything you need. But even if you're matched with your soulmate, the two of you require some time away from each other now and again to truly appreciate how much you enjoy being together. An afternoon with friends or working on a project solo can recharge your batteries. If you don't want to be apart from the one you love, be sure that it's not because you're afraid to be alone. The conscious universe wants you to be yourself and relaxed in your relationship, for you deserve the gift of a love that is fulfilling and nurturing, which is also true. You know, sometimes we can become, I feel, so complacent with someone being around us all the time that we may either take them for granted and not, truly understand what they bring to the table. Or I feel like it also could be the opposite. It's like, when they're away from us and we have time apart, even if it's for, a day, a few short hours, or maybe even longer than that, well, we can see they also can bring the negative side. And, but we may not recognize it at first, or we may not see it, or we may not see it in ourselves that, they cause us to feel down or, make us feel bad about ourselves or make us feel like we're never, good enough or we don't do anything right or whatever it is. But when we have time away from them, we're able to take a step back and focus on other things instead of, being so focused on them. And that separation allows us to really see it, for what it is, what that relationship does, what it gives to us, both positively, but also negatively. It doesn't mean, just because there's something, negative there or a flaw, we'll say, it doesn't always have to mean, well, that's the end of the relationship type of thing. No, it just gives you an acknowledgement, okay, what is it that something that maybe that person might want to work on themselves to help better themselves, or maybe you, or you and them together as a couple where y'all can work on it jointly so you can help improve both each other and bring out the best in each other instead of possibly being the mirror of bringing out the worst in each other. And that relationship you've built with each other grows. It grows on a stronger, positive, healthier foundation than it being developed or built on something that's toxic that can crumble at any given point in time. So it's all in how you approach it, Gina. And I know that, Gina, I do beautiful. That's why I'm saying, that's why I feel like I need to read that part too, because I feel like what part of this involves. And you don't need that beautiful. I don't have to tell you that, even though I've told you that before, but I know you know this. But I also understand that you probably have a love for him that will never go away, given you've been married to him. And, it's hard to cut that off completely. And then it's even harder when, because they have no self control, and there's this, need to want to control you and manipulate the situation or breaking the rules, no matter what you do when you even try and go the legal route and they still cross the line. I get all that. But in the same breath, beautiful, it's like, Spirit saying to you, make a decision. You either allow them to be in your life and you're going to have to accept everything bad about them just as much as what you do love about them that might be good, or you have to cut them off completely. Because every single time you open that door to them just a hair, they're going to force it all the way open. Why? Because they have no self-control. Why? Because they don't respect you. Why? Because they have no discipline. They don't understand what boundaries are. They're not being forced to hold themselves accountable, because you're not holding them accountable to your boundaries. Every single time you say something, they're like, yeah, right. No, that's not going to happen. I already know. You're going to allow me back here tomorrow, kind of thing. And they're right, though, right? Because every single time you say, no, get out, leave me alone, you end up somehow, some way allowing them back in. Even if it's, it may take a few weeks, a few days, a month or two or longer. At some point in time, you allow them back in. Or even if they just suddenly unannounced come crashing into your house, like instead of doing what most of us would do, contacting the authorities or whatever, you don't, or you feel like they're not doing anything for you, to keep them away. But again, it's kind of like, but is there something else there where you allow them to keep coming back in, even those times that you don't reach out to the authorities, knowing they're not supposed to be there? Or is there any conversation going on between you and him? Whether it's by text, email, phone calls. So it's all of that, Gina. Okay, Gina, so who is it that's been in your house then? I'm confused, Gina. Who was in your house just a few months ago? Wasn't that him that came into your house? Because you said that you did reach out to the authorities and they wouldn't do anything. And because his name was on the lease too, so he has a legal right to be there just as much as you do. So I'm confused. A friend of yours, okay. We have the supposed to be ex-husband, and then we have another person here. Is that what you're telling me, beautiful? Okay, I don't recall anything about him dropping off a dog, but okay. Now I'm confused. I really am confused because now you're talking about the ex. That's the one I'm talking about who broke the restraining order. But then, like, beautiful Gina, I thought you said that he has been there and he won't listen. Or you call the authorities and it's like they won't do anything. Have I eaten? Yeah. I wonder if I need to step up for a minute. Hi, Tony Fox. Anyways, yeah. uh, I can't let myself get so drained. Beautiful. All I can tell you is take one step at a time and make sure you don't allow anyone, including whoever it is. Maybe I'm getting confused with more than one person. I don't know, but um, don't allow anyone to disrespect you or anyone to go through and feel like they have a say over you. Beautiful. Um, and he keeps breaking their restraining order. Like I know we've talked about in the past, call the police, but you say they don't do anything. Um, but no matter what all of it is, I would just tell you, okay, so what, did this happen recently? Beautiful. I mean, it's possible. I know one of the times I read for you in the last couple months, we were talking about that he was still coming in and breaking the restraining order. But either way, beautiful, just make sure you keep your boundaries strong and don't, like I said, don't give an inch. Because the last card I have for you, Gina, is Spirit wants to remind you, you're a champion. And it says, your journey has been a silent battle, fought with unwavering determination and an unbreakable spirit. You've toiled and persevered through struggles that remain unseen by others. Your hard work is finally being noticed as you emerge as a true champion, victorious in your endeavors. Trust in yourself and your ability to overcome anything that comes your way. It's time to celebrate your well-earned success. So Spirit wants to remind you, you're a champion. Even through the hardships and the struggles and the battles that you fought, no matter whether it's been recent or it's, been days, weeks, or months, you've persevered. You're still here. You're still strong. You're still fighting for yourself. And everything you keep, going after and pursuing, that's for your highest good. Um, and keep putting one foot in front of the other by not giving up, you're going to come out victorious. Why? Because you are victorious. Why? Because you're a champion. And Spirit wants to remind you of this, that this is something you need to see in yourself, beautiful, and feel it in your spirit. Know it in your heart, but feel it in your soul, in your spirit, in your bones. And that's what I have for you, Gina. Okay, Gina. I mean, it's possible, beautiful. I know we've talked a lot about him. It doesn't matter. Just know that you're not. Keep your boundaries strong and firm. Because you got to believe you're this champion right here. You're strong. You're a fighter. You're victorious. Don't allow yourself to get caught up believing that you're a victim and you have no power or no say or you have no voice or you have no leg to stand on to stand up and fight for yourself. You're stronger than that, Gina. So Spirit wants to remind you of this. Be this champion. Be this fighter. Fight for you and fight for your happiness, beautiful. You're funny, Bob. Get your picture. I love this card. I pulled this for someone else recently. And that's what I have for you, Gina. Honey, I hope that helps. I hope it helps to answer what question you may have had and what you needed clarity on, and to uplift you and remind you it's time, for you to continue, believing in yourself and fighting for you, knowing that you'll come out on the other side of this victorious, strong, a warrior. You are a warrior. Oh, Gina, I'm beautiful. You're homeless. Oh, okay, you were. Okay. I was gonna say, it's like, I didn't know you became homeless. Like, did I miss something somewhere? Alright. Cool, I'm glad, because you had me worried there for a minute, beautiful. And I'm glad you feel like you're only friends. I mean, well, I'm glad you feel like, you're friends. We are your friends, I should say. Because we're here for you, honey. And I know it hasn't been easy. I get that, honey. I get it's hard to stay positive at times. I get it's hard to keep believing that things are going to continue getting better, and, that this is going to go away, or your justice will, be served up and you'll come out on the other end better. I understand. It's hard to be patient, to allow the process to take place, and to trust in divine, in the divine's timing. I understand all that. But you just still gotta believe and have faith, and know that you are safe and that you're protected and you're being watched out for. I know you may feel alone, but Spirit wants to remind you, girlfriend, you're never alone. I know you feel that way. I know you feel like you are, but you're not. Yeah, I understand that too, Gina. I understand it's hard to keep it once you've gotten it. And that makes sense. And I've always said that too, but as long as you don't feel like you're in that mentality of lack, or, you have that heavy worry around you all the time, um, your thoughts are really a lot stronger than people realize, because your thoughts truly create your reality, especially when you focus so hard on them. When you think of people who are only focused on success, like they're focused on leveling up, or they're focused on building a business and, making it and turning it into a profitable business, or someone who says, no, I'm going to buy this house in Hawaii when I'm 30 or 40, they believe that within themselves so deeply, and they don't waver from it, and they stay focused on that. They stay focused on the positive, like, no, this is mine. They don't look at it's like, this will be mine. They have that mindset, it already is mine. So they think of it like they already have it, instead of like, no, I will have it one day. No, I already have it. I have it now, kind of attitude. But you're stronger than that, girlfriend. Don't give up. Don't allow that person or anyone else take that power from you. You deserve a lot more. And it does not matter what you've done in your past, okay? You don't need to be punished for the rest of your life or something. You've already, paid for that. And I want you to know that too. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Gina, but I would also kind of disagree with you too, girlfriend. It's... Your question should have been, should you scratch off them tickets? Well, beautiful, what are you going to do if you don't scratch them off? What, are you just going to hold on to them until that time comes when you feel like you should scratch them? I mean, I can roll a dice for you, girlfriend. Alright, well, let's see. I'll roll my dice for you, sweetheart. Spirit, should Gina scratch off tickets, yes or no? Let's see. What does Spirit say? Spirit, should Gina scratch off tickets, yes or no? Well, that's not clear, Spirit. They said a sign will come. Let's try again, Spirit. Come on. Just can you give me a yes or no? It says blessings are coming. I take that as a yes. I don't know, beautiful. This is just my tarot dice. It's a yes or no question, honey, type thing. You'd have to wait for that sign to come. You're going to trust it when you see it, but they're saying blessings are coming. Spirit saying blessings are coming. That's a sign that says to me, yes, you're supposed to scratch them off, girlfriend. So thank you, beautiful. For trusting me to read for you. And once again, okay. Gina, beautiful. I don't know what you mean by all hope will be lost. Like, hope can never be lost unless you put in all your hope in that scratch-off ticket to give something to you that you need. Like, I don't understand what you mean by that statement. Like, all hope is lost. I don't see it that way. Even if one of those tickets isn't a winner, girlfriend, like, it's not the end of the world. You know, you need to remember you're still victorious, even if it doesn't feel that way in this moment. But it takes you having that higher perspective, you know, that higher understanding and knowing that you're abundant. You know, it's like you hear me say this all the time, beautiful. You're not new to my channel, girlfriend. You know, you got to believe you're already abundant. You got to believe it's yours right now. Without scratching off that ticket, you have to believe it's yours right this minute, before or after that ticket gets scratched. That's the mentality you need. But Gina, you can still dream even if those tickets aren't a winner. That's what spirit wants to remind you of. Like you're putting all your last hopes, it sounds like, all your last, biggest dreams into this, scratch off ticket. And that's going to decide win or lose kind of deal. I don't see you as a loser. Even if those scratch off tickets do not become winners, you're not a loser. And I feel like that's why Spirit's saying you're getting caught up in your thoughts a little too much. You got to change your mentality, change your thought process. Stop getting caught up in those negative clouds, getting trapped, always thinking the worst, or no, you think like you're not deserving, like nothing good's gonna happen. Well, if you keep believing that, then that's what it's gonna be. And that's what I mean when I say to you, what you believe, your thoughts, your literal thoughts, become your reality. You may not see it that way, and it may not develop that way right then and there, but in time, you will gradually notice you subconsciously believing that nothing good's going to happen. Well, nothing good's going to happen. Because everything you do from that point on pretty much is going to lead you down the road to make you confirm to you, yeah, nothing's good is going to happen. But if you believe, you will have good. You will be blessed. You will be abundant. You will be happy. You will, rise to new levels. It will come to be. That comes down to you, beautiful. Your own thoughts. You're battling your own self here. So, you got to stop believing that's all you've ever known. You got to start believing there's more than that, beautiful. So, okay, I got to step away for a minute, y'all. Let me reground myself. I'll be back. Thank you, beautiful people, for being here. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Okay. You say mass, not math. Yeah, y'all's words, the way y'all use them is a little different. I know you like to pick on us, Bob. But I agree with you, Bob. She has this natural addiction to that type of behavior of feeling like she's never going to have anything more or have better. And I think part of it's just tied to her history, her past. Thank you. Unfortunately, a lot of people suffer that, that mindset of feeling that way. And I hate that they do. Exactly. That's exactly right, Bob. Mm. It's like you have to know that you can't control what other people do. You only have control of yourself. And you can't change the past. The past is already done and over with. All you can do is change the present and the future. Yeah, I feel you, Ashley. I think all our hearts go out to her. You know, we all go through and have had those moments in our lives. And thankfully, she's one of my regular loyal subscribers, so she knows this. I think sometimes people just need a little reminder of that. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, true too. It's like what people say, you can either choose to react to it, and it's all going to be based on your reaction, how it affects you. Yep, it does. Mhm. But I don't look at it as a bad thing. I may have, in the past, but I'm thankful and blessed to have my abilities and to be able to help people. It can be challenging at times, sure. It can, be taxing at times, but I still know that I can give them hope and help them when it seems like things are all hopeless in their view. You know, Sometimes they just need that extra word of love and encouragement to know they're not alone, and to know they'll never be alone, even though they may feel they are, they're not. Hi, Lisa. How you doing, beautiful? Hmm. Hi, David. How you doing, honey? And that's so true too, Bob. It's hard for people to insult you when they speak a different language and it's a language you don't understand. Even though you may feel like they're talking about you, but you don't know if they actually are because you don't understand what they're saying. Yep. And I can't have people insulting me. I can't have people going through and they can say whatever they want, but it holds no weight in my world because they hold no weight in my world. And it's like the ones that want to feel like they have something to offer, and maybe they do. I'm not saying they don't, but um, like the people that act like they know you, but do they really? Did they really take the time to get to know you? Do they add value to your life? Do they bring anything to the table? Or are they just all of this? And you will know as well as I do. Most people are just this instead of action. They can blow smoke up your behind all day long and tell you what you want to hear, but it's just words until they put action to give those words meaning. Then it's just words to me. Those words have zero meaning until your actions either confirms what you are telling me or it does the exact opposite. It still gives your words meaning though. It adds context to those words. But then by itself, it's just words. Yeah, there's definitions to what words are getting used or being used, but does it have to hold any weight over me? Nope, and it doesn't. People can say, they're all, they love and care about me and want to do this and that, and but okay, well, put your money where your mouth is, and 9 times out of 10, they won't. So their words have no meaning to me. If they can't put any action into it, all they did is, do exactly like what my daddy said. A person is going to be a man of their word. You know, they'll either confirm that they're true to their word or they won't. But at least you'll know which way. No matter what that decision is, one way or another, they're going to prove either they're telling the truth or they're full of it. Exactly, Ashley. Actions always speak volumes. Actions will always speak what words cannot relay. And exactly that too, Bob. People can't go through, and act like you're gonna marry me? Okay. Huh. Oh, you're all about me. Oh, you like me. You got a crush on me. You care about me. You want to date me. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, my parents didn't raise a fool. And, it's like, my daddy would have said, prove it. You think, you want to go out with my daughter? Well, you're going to have to step up to the plate, because if you think you're just going to take her out to a fast food restaurant and not bring flowers to her when you come and pick her up, you're dead wrong. My daddy made sure I had, high standards, and, you know, and he could not stand liars. And he felt anyone who wanted to tell you a fib, tell you something that wasn't true, or tell you they're going to do something and not follow through, they're full of it. My daddy, that was the one thing he could not stand. Someone who lied. So, there's that too, Bob. David, I don't know when I'm coming home, okay? I don't know. I don't have it on my schedule, and I've not made any plans set in stone yet when I'll be able to make it home. That's up to be decided when I have other things taken care of financially. Um, and I know that person offered to pay so much if I took your wrench away. And and that's insulting in itself, I feel, because that, to me, that was a power trip. Because he tried to tell everybody that, oh, that he, cared about me, and, what was it, that he, believed in me so much and was trying to help my channel grow or whatever, but he never did anything to show that he was, that loyal, that caring, and then comes in, oh, take his wrench away, I'll give you some money. Okay, no, I shouldn't have to do that, for one, because it's my channel, right? I'm supposed to be able to make those decisions myself. And then two, you care about me, you claim me, you care what happens to me and you care about my channel, but what have you done to show any loyalty and love and support to me? Mm, oh, that's right, nothing. Like you said, he couldn't even, give the money he said he was going to do if I took your wrench away, which I wasn't going to do that, no matter what he said or no matter what he did. That's true too, Bob. I could have done that. Yep, that's right, Ashley. No, Bob, I don't think you're silly. I mean, that's the old way that people always did things, and I think to an extent, that's how my daddy felt. That you should be a man of your word. You give me your word, you're gonna do something, you're gonna keep your word. Until otherwise, you prove to me that you can't keep your word, which means you're not a man of your word. So people can always talk a good game, talk is cheap, but it doesn't mean nothing. Your actions will always tell me, truly, where you stand, how you feel, and so on. So, I mean, Actually, I think between some people, it does still mean something. It just depends on who the person is. Bob's wrench is for sale for $1,000. This is true, Ashley. You're right. Oh, Gino, well, Bob would do it as a favor for me because he knows, I got expenses that need to be paid and I need my car, so he would do it for me. But, like you said, I could always take it away and give it back to him, too. Yes, he is a good man. Yeah, Gina, I mean, I think it's because it's not necessarily sell his wrench. Someone wanted me to take away his wrench. I mean, this was a few months ago, maybe 2 months ago. And I told him no, just because he didn't like something Bob did, so. Raggy, raggy Roo. Okay, Scooby-Doo. Oh, Gina, and I know this, beautiful. Many of y'all been there for me, but not all. Some of them still come in here and just expect me to be here for their entertainment without taking into consideration, you know, it costs money to have my Wi-Fi to run this stream, not to mention the power bill. And let's see, the money it costs to get all my Oracle and Tarot decks to do the readings, and also my energy and my time, but they don't see value in that, so those are the ones who really aren't here, for me. They're just, it's, they think that they're already entitled to it when they're not, but that separates the people who are genuinely here for me, who believe in me, people like you and Bob, Eternal, and so on, than the ones who are just here for, I don't know, maybe because they can't sleep. I don't know. It's like I had someone say to me, and this just happened like a week or two ago. Someone came in here, it was one night, and said, no, God's messages are free. And it's like, yeah, you're right. God's messages are free. But you see, you know what my spirit team would tell you? Yeah, those messages they deliver to me are free. But what's not for free is my energy and my time, nor the cost to run this channel for me to be here. And of course, they didn't like that, so. This is true too, Gina. They do. Many people do. They have that sense of entitlement. And so, I show my love and compassion to people, but there's some that do. Many who do have a sense of entitlement. And Bob, you do have a life, baby. Don't act like you don't. And so do you too, Gina. Hmm. Yes, you're right too, Ashley. Sometimes it can be hard. Aw. Gina, I'm thankful and grateful for you too. Beautiful, thank you. I'm grateful to have gotten to know y'all on here. They must be next door working on that house. Still trying to build it. You know, Gina, come out to San Francisco and see you. Oh, girlfriend, man, it's so expensive to fly to California from where I'm at. It's ridiculous that it's like I don't. It's not that I can't or I won't. It has to be the right timing. And part of it is the cost of it all. So I don't know. I need to come home at some point to see my family, but I don't know when that'll be. I honestly have no idea. I just have to, I need a vacation first for just me, and that vacation does not include seeing my family, so I would need a vacation after I see them, though. I love them to death, but some of them can really get to me, so I can only tolerate some of them in small doses. Okay, Genos, that sounds good, honey. When you win the millions, you let me know, girlfriend. I'll come home then. In the meantime, I have no plans on coming home right now. I have a rough idea of when I'd like to come home for a visit, but I have to get a couple things going first before I can even make that decision. Did you hear that, Bob? Gina said that she'll fly you out too, but you gotta bring her back a real koala bear. They are cute. I hear they are, if you're talking about an actual real animal, um, they can be a little temperamental too, though, is what I hear. um, on paper, yes, to your question, Ashley. They are adorable, Gina. I've always loved koala bears. I remember going to the zoo with my family, and that was one of the things we would always go see is the koala bears. Nope, not yet, Gina. Still working on it, honey. Still need to gather some money together to be able to cover it, because it's not just the money to get my car fixed, it's also paying the monthly expenses here too. So, and whenever I think I have enough saved up, a bill comes in and wipes it back out. So, you love panda bears. I love panda bears too. I like all bears and the big cats. Man, they started early this morning. It's cool. It's like not even 7 o'clock yet and they're already out there working. Like they were out there yesterday working. I was trying to lay down and take a nap, and late morning I hear them banging next door. I don't know exactly what they're doing over there, but I heard a couple of things. Metal hit the cement concrete slab, so. And there they are. I hear them hammering away now. I almost smushed my hand. Yeah, right now it feels that way, Gina, but I will. I just gotta be patient and trust the divine. I'll get there. Yeah, it hasn't been easy not having my car since March, but I'll get there. I believe. I have hope. I have hope that divine will come through for me. And I'll be blessed so I can get my car fixed so I have my car. So I'm not stuck here. Good morning, Level Up. Yeah, Gina, you know. You'll buy me a car, Gina? Okay, honey. Thank you. I always have to have hope. I always have to be optimistic. You know, I'm very blessed. You know, even though right now I may not have everything I need, but I still got more than what others do. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate y'all, you know, being on here with me. For everyone who's on here who, you know, donates, and whether y'all just donate just to, you know, show y'all's love and support, or y'all do it for a reading, or y'all go through and send me packages, or y'all are, you know, here. I appreciate it. That sounds like a plan to me, beautiful Gina. Okay, honey, you got it. And I appreciate you too, Bob. I appreciate y'all so much. I'm still so very humbled, as you well know. I never thought my channel would be where it's at today in just a year's time. I'm very lucky and blessed. Never expected that people would believe in me so much and, be here and want to be a part of what I'm creating and building. So, and the ones who really seek out my advice and need my help and, know I'm worth the expense to pay for that. That speaks volumes to me, so thank you. Gina, you hear that? Bob said, hurry up, scratch them tickets. Gina, but you make it sound like those are the only tickets you're gonna have to be able to win. That just means if they're not winners, you gotta maybe wait a little bit, but get another ticket and that might be the winner. You have lottery tickets from the draw on Friday? Okay. Well, thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that, honey. Why haven't you checked them, Gina? You can't bring yourself to spend the money. I got you, honey. Hi, Chris Nat channel. Why do you ask? Why do you ask if I believe if curses and spells are real? Do you believe that curses and spells are real? Oh, thank you, Bob. You too, baby. I appreciate you. Because you think your ex-girlfriend put a spell on you. Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, honey. What makes you think of that? What makes you believe she put a spell on you? No. I'm sorry to hear that, girlfriend. You hit your head. Well, honey, I hope you feel better. I hope you got, I believe you're going to be okay, honey. Well, honey, if you're really worried about it, Gina, you should probably go see a doctor. Especially if you have a bump on your head, honey. I wouldn't risk it, girlfriend. Um, Especially if there's even a possibility of a concussion. I know they say you gotta be woken up every so many hours, like Like someone should be there to check on you is what I got told by the hospital when I was in an accident. I ended up with a concussion. And I know my parents had to come in there and check on me and wake me up every couple hours for like 24 hours, I think it was, to make sure I was fine. I mean, well, I appreciate that, Ashley. Yep, I realized this. Hey, Bob, you know you can take the garbage out from me, baby. I mean, Gina, but that's why you go to a hospital. I don't know why you think you're gonna die. I know you're a fighter, Gina, but girlfriend, that's why they have hospitals. Someone can watch you for the next 24 hours to make sure nothing happens, you know. I'm sure if you were to go to the hospital and say to them, listen, I don't have anyone in my house that can, watch over me for the next 24 hours, if that's how long it takes to make sure I don't have, you know, any type of damage or anything like that, because I think I possibly have a concussion. And it gives them an opportunity to take some, images, whether it's a CT or an MRI, just to make sure there's no damage shown there. But that's what I would do, honey. Yep, he is. He's that person. I'm thankful for him. And y'all actually have an island called Kangaroo Island. That's pretty cool, Bob. Why is it filled with kangaroos, baby? Am I gonna see you out there hopping around with your boxer gloves on? Boxing people. That's pretty neat. Yeah, Bob, aren't Joey's known, aren't they kangaroos though? They're baby kangaroos. And I think the only reason why I know this because I was looking up when I was trying to figure out if one of the wild animals I had at the old house was considered a possum or an opossum, I think is what it was, and there was a difference. That's pretty neat. Yes, Gina, there is a little bit of a difference. That's pretty neat, Bob. I know it'd be cool to be in Australia to see it one of these days. No, jeez. I don't remember what the difference, what they said. But there was a difference. There was something. And it was a long time ago when I looked it up, y'all. Y'all would have to Google it, and I think it would tell you there was something that was different. Maybe it's from where they're from, like what part of the country, or if they're from another country, is what I want to say, but I could be wrong, y'all. Don't hold me to it. Mm, yeah, a few of these. Really, Jenna? You've never been on an airplane? Okay. Hmm. Salem, what exactly is that supposed to mean? Why are you here? Let's start there. Because apparently you called my mod rude earlier, and I don't appreciate that. So, hmm, that's exactly what it says. Oh, really? Where does it say that? See, you're full of yourself because, I can tell you exactly what the channel says or what this stream says because it's my channel, it's my stream. I named it. So, you know, Salem, if you're not here to, because you say what you mean, well, you've been misinformed if you think that this is a female-dominated chat stream, for one. And not like it matters why you would ask such a question. It makes no sense to me, period. Because this is a psychic tarot channel. So if you're not here for a reading, you know, I guess you can leave. Because you don't need to be here. Oh, Salem, you see, I don't have to answer the question. See, because, see, what you forget, let me get this real quick. I'm going to choose not to answer your question because, see, yeah, me. Not you, me. Let's get that straight. And it sounds like your time's up, Salem. So it's time for you to go. See you, bye. Bye-bye. See you, bye. I really don't care. People are ignorant. Nope. I can't with people. Isn't that the truth, Bob? I proved their point. No, I proved my own point. I'm the boss here, not them. Thank you. I love it too. One of my subscribers sent it to me. I don't ever use it. It just sits on right next to my desk, but I got it right there, ready to go. So, I thought it was pretty cool. I got me some gravy socks too. I actually should have put them on. True too, Bob. Oh, well, they're good, Gina. They're getting bigger, but they're good. Oh, this I know, Bob. Sometimes I wonder if I should take it off as subscribers only and have you out there allowing me, like, more of them come in here so you can play whack-a-troll with them. Yes, Gina, I still have all, what, 4, 8, 12, 13, 14 cats. Yep. Still have all 14. And I think one of the females, the last one is still pregnant, I think. And if she has babies, she's been hiding them because I haven't seen them. Mm, I do too, but I'm a big animal lover altogether. Yes, Gina, 14 cats, because the mama cat that I took in had 4 kittens, 3 were female, 1 male, and when I brought her in, that gave me 2 cats, a male and a female. But she was already pregnant when I brought her in, so it wasn't my male cat that got her pregnant. Someone else did, some other cat did. So she had 4 kittens from being pregnant. So that brought it up to 6. And then 2 of her babies already have had 4 kittens each. So that brought it up to 14. So I look like a crazy cat lady now. I had no intention on this. But I'll eventually find homes for them. So I still got one more of them that I think is pregnant that should be having them any day now. Toby's good. I just saw a bright silver spirit orb. You know, he's still big and fluffy, and he doesn't like the other cat being around, but you know, he'll have to get used to it because I'm not gonna throw that cat out or give him away, so so he's good. He has his moments, but overall he's good. Okay, what time is it? 7:20. All right. Yeah, I think so, Gina. I've been here 6 hours. So, and if I'm gonna be back here tonight, I need to get some sleep. No. Well, that's sweet of you that you adopted her, Ashley. Yup, it's 7:20 here in Georgia. So, I know I have a couple things I gotta do before I lay down. So, my beautiful people, I'm gonna say goodnight to y'all. Or good morning. Wherever y'all are at in the world, maybe good afternoon. So, depending on where you are at, I wish y'all a wonderful, beautiful day, evening. And I hope to see y'all back here tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, beautiful people, be blessed. Good night.